Hey, squad, turn that shit up, man.
The hiring of Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, I don't regret that.
Lies, lies, and more lies, and lies on top of lies.
As an organization, we had conviction on this quarterback and his special attributes.
They both brought a lot to the Bears. Ultimately on the field, the results weren't where we wanted it to, but
Never take cough syrup and mix it up with iodine and lie.
I think they've checked a lot of the boxes.
Fail, suck, useless, blech, and just.
You can't ask for better leaders. You can't ask for better forward thinkers.
Fantastic! Brilliant!
You can't ask for people that gave their all, had great work ethic, were humble. And we're going to look for a lot of those same qualities, and hopefully with Bill's vast expertise.
Concept-wise, his run game doesn't match with his pass game.
In the technicalities of coaching strategy and valuation processes, that's going to add a nice added benefit to our search and going to help us find the right people.
The following show is for mature audiences only. Tri-City Sports.
Watch the tape, and when you see the tape, you know the tape doesn't lie, and the tape doesn't lie.
I've learned over the years to take just about anything that Olin says with a grain of salt, and I look forward to hearing that story again and hope he includes it in his Hall of Fame induction speech.
So you're saying that it's not true?
That's the way it is sometimes with Olin. Don't get the whole story. And Olin knows what the story is.
This, but the Nagy go obviously is gone, but do you want Pace going with him as well?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no other option. I mean, you've seen, I just jotted down a couple of stats. I know stats are for losers, but in this case, they're on our side. So Ryan Pace, 7 years with the Bears, right? 414 winning percentage, 0 playoff wins. He drafted 2 Pro Bowlers, drafted. And, those stats speak for themselves, because how do you keep a guy like that? I mean, if you want him and Ted to collaborate their little asses off and worry about Arlington Heights, that's fine. But if he's involved in anything that has to do with football, I think it's a huge mistake.
Yeah.
Can anybody guess the 2 Pro Bowlers that Pace drafted?
Cohen and Jackson.
You heard it too. Damn it, Shayne. 39 years old. I'm in the best shape of my life. Okay. Yeah. At 31, 32 in the NFL, when your entire job is just to play football, when you have a nutritionist, when you have a strength and conditioning coach, when you have all that, these guys are on the top of their game. If you even consider getting rid of 1 or 2 or any of those guys, those 2 guys are just as much of a selling point in my mind to a new head coach as Justin Fields is, honestly. I know it's a quarterback-driven league, and I know the quarterback's the most important position in football. But if you're Jim Harbaugh, if you're, Todd Bowles, whoever, knowing football, knowing you have those 2 guys on your defense, it's just how could it not be enticing? And then also to what you said, Phil, all these, articles are coming out and all these people are talking and they're ranking the potential cities that, are going to have head coaching vacancy, and Chicago's at the bottom of the list. How is Chicago in any world at the bottom of the list? We talk about it all the time. It's second or third biggest sports market in the country. The Bears are beloved beyond belief. If you win with the Bears, you're God. We talked about Michael Jordan. We talked about all that. And win a Super Bowl, go to the playoffs, have a good, a good team for 5 or 6 years that's constantly winning. You're on a pedestal like none other in this city.
Now you're in fucking Chicago. You got a pocket full of fucking cash. A lot of guys think that they may.
That's why you have
Eddie
to have
Jackson,
football
right?
people.
No, I get it.
People.
Absolutely. It's
You
all
have to
part
be
of
able
it.
to. That's why I say I can watch all the tape. I'm gonna find the talent. I'll be hitting 1,000 with talent. It's that part that Shayne's talking about. Ryan Pace has failed sitting down, finding the man. Like, who sits down with Mitch Trubisky and Deshaun Watson and chooses Trubisky over Watson? Well, supposedly he didn't sit with Watson, but come to find out he did. Whatever the case may be, he fucked up. And then Mahomes, he was their second choice. Well, you got it wrong. Your analysis
he had
of
such
the
a
quarterback
wide gap
position.
between them, he felt like he needed to trade up one spot. I mean, if that's the case and you have Mahomes number 2, you're like, fuck it. You want to take Mitch number 2? I'll sit here and take Mahomes at 3.
Exactly.
But he had such a wide gap. I mean,
that shows you the
end of the day.
analysis.
Nothing. All you have, if you want to make the case to move on from Ryan Pace, it's really simple, and it doesn't involve any going through his drafts and free agency blunders.
Kevin White was a bust.
Yeah, all you have to do is go through the quarterbacks. That's it.
And the early round picks too.
Yeah, he paid Chase Daniel a bunch of money. You got little to no return at all.
Chase Daniel.
Ryan Hoyer was here.
That was the kid.
Nick
Brian
Foles,
Hoyer. Nick Foles. Andy
Glennon.
Dalton.
Yeah,
Mike
Andy
Glennon.
Dalton, all of these guys. And I understand.
Andy said, Shayne, we're going to draft a quarterback every year.
Yeah.
The most important position in football hub. Fucking check mark. Shayne's like, Phil, can you believe Travis Gibson had 20 snaps? That's it. And Bruce Irvin, guess how many he got? 32 or 30. 36.
He almost doubled
36 snaps to Bruce Irvin
next year.
He's not going to be here. Signed off the street. It was like, what? Travis Gibson got you 2 strip sacks. He's out there balling, and he's on the fucking bench. It's like Robert Quinn. It's 3rd and fucking 7 from your end
Travis
zone.
Gibson
You're going
should have
out.
been walking off the fucking field, dragging his tongue off the fucking field. You used him so much against the Giants.
This coaching, people want Desai. I'm like, get the fuck out. I know he's a Connecticut kid. I have no bias. I don't want Desai
Politics
anywhere
over
near
performance at Halas Hall.
Oh, exactly. It's all about the fucking politics. Anthony, my boy, Anthony Walker, what's up to you and your wife? I've said that forever. I can't even comprehend being the grandson of the guy who started the league and not know football. Like, have to go outside for help and resources from Ernie fucking Accorsi. My uncle called Ernie Accorsi the biggest shoe salesman in the NFL. That was from my uncle, Sam Rutigliano. It's the truth. Ernie doesn't know shit. He just knows people. That good old boys network. That networking is one thing. Look at the Steelers. Okay, the Rooney Rule, all that stuff aside. The Steelers were going to hire Grimm or what's his name?
Yeah, Russ
Dick
Grimm.
LeBeau. Dick LeBeau. Those were going to be the replacements.
Yeah, it was
right?
going to be Russ Grimm. 100%.
And then all of a sudden, this young kid that someone said, let's make a call, check out this kid. He goes in there, it's Mike Tomlin. It's the organization's responsibility to reach out to these guys so they can say, listen, this is a Dave Tope, for example, if Devin's speaking, or Lance Briggs. Dave Tobe needs to be interviewed. This is why. Dave Tobe might have told Ted Phillips he's a fucking punk. And Ted having a bias towards that, or whatever emotional moment, is the reason they're failing. Stay the fuck out of there. Bring these people in, give you names, you sit down with them, and you determine at that point who is the right person. Because let's be honest, let's look at these coaches. And I know Shayne and I have talked about this forever. Mark Trestman, did he have that fire, passion, and love for winning? No. John Fox, did he have it? Did Lovie Smith inspire you, the fan? Forget about what he did for the defense, the Tampa 2. Did he have this end-all, be-all fire that you saw? I didn't see it. Does this guy, Matt Nagy? No. But we did see it. We did see it with Ditka, who wasn't a yes man, who was hired by the old man. The old man understood because he was an asshole. You got to get an asshole that's going to fight and claw on every play. We're dealing with a guy that doesn't challenge a spot. Do I do it? Do I not? Lovey fucking would fail every challenge. We've talked about the guy. These little things matter in football.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100.
I was trading up. 100.
Yes!
What?
Here it is! Just reported.
There's no competition.
Keeping it 100.
The people drop off, but we still keep rocking. I know we need to run the ball more. I'm not an idiot.
Keeping it 100, baby. Keeping it 100. Keeping it 100, baby.
Open competition.
Keeping it 100.
The smartest man.
My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Guess who's back? The two dudes that kept it real. The dynamic duo that you love, the smartest man and Dr. Phil. Breaking down the film, never a problem, kick it straight. Most shows focus on stats, we focus on the tape. We keeping it 100, never running east or west. We coming with that truth, cause that's what our fans expect. Cut off the freaking anchor, moving forward to be free. But don't you worry, Shayne's got the dumbest tweets. It ain't no secret, Phil and Shayne got some haters. But now they're moused up like the true and now and laters. Debaters, frauds get kicked like Coach Tabor. Cuts had to be made, we added a barber moderator. Up and down, boys got you double checking. Sad sacks trolling like a fool drunk texting. Flexing on the truth cause you know they'll never change. Real, recognize real, that's what you get with Phil and Shayne. 100's what we do when we're breaking down the bears. Fuck a play or a captain, all of the unfair. The tape never lies, the truth you see. We laugh, we lie, so there's no babies like Maybelline. Straight to the truth with acumen and facts. We got a sad nerd, but he's not just giving nerd stats. Car crash, big impact like Max Sack. Every Wednesday night you got the smartest man and Phil back. Now we know you're smiling like a fat kid with fun day. We're back better than ever and we keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keeping it 100. Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest
Keeping it
man.
100. Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100, baby. Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Draft Dr.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100.
Shayne, Money Man Marsaw, and the guard.
Oh, this is Claudio the Barber, and this is Shy City Sports. Keeping it 100. Well, after another horrible season and another loss at the end, the search for the new coach and the new GM is on. We're going to talk about that and much more on another great show. We got former Bears center, future Hall of Famer, and dude that's definitely not a liar, always keeping it 100. Olin Kreutz is on the show once again. So let's bring on the boys that should be getting interviews. Shayne, the smartest man Marsaw, and Draft Dr. Phil. There they are.
Drea? What are you talking like, Sharino? With that accent.
What's up?
Here
man?
we
What's up,
are.
guys?
Guys,
Dude,
it should be like,
listen.
we should be swinging from the jungle gym like we're back in elementary school. Instead, I feel like I have a wait and see anxiety, cape on. It's like, oh my God.
They don't give us any reason to cheer, man.
Jesus.
We're expecting at any minute for them to hire the head coach of the Montreal Alouettes, and you know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's what we're used to.
What's up, TTNL family? The 100 crew is strong. I'm excited about our guest tonight. Obviously, I mean, if this guy was my guy to be the president, that missing ingredient that we found out, Shayne, it's not there. Everyone's going to report to a fan. Imagine that.
Yeah.
We're gonna the GM reports to a fan. Might as well get one of these other micro podcasts.
Don't you wish
to be in
you
charge
knew
of the Bears
what that
now.
interaction was like? George, we're trying to pull off this real intricate 3-team deal. It's going to involve draft picks and millions of dollars. And, does he just start sweating? Do his eyes cross? Does he take it with a grain of salt? Who the fuck knows at this point?
A grain of salt.
Yeah.
We have witnessed exactly what my Uncle Sam told me in 1990. Ted Phillips, as you saw in the open, he has no regrets. Imagine you wasted 4 years and you can't keep it 100 that you made a mistake. That's the lack of integrity that you have at the top. That's the lack of integrity. That's why I said you got to have that president. That's why I wanted Olin. And I'll save my stuff for Olin when he gets here, because he fucking blew the chance since he lied to George. Lied on the Bears. Oh my God.
But it's, it seems like there's a recurring theme here with that era of football players from the Bears. There was obviously issues with Brian Urlacher along the way, issues with Lance Briggs. And I'm not saying that these guys are all angels along the way, but at some point, where is it not beneficial for you to invite these guys in and sit down with them and break bread and say, hey,
you saw what he said.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Oh, I watched it back for a third time.
Yeah.
I think
It's
everyone,
it's harder than watching Matt Nagy's offense. It really was. I was ill.
I didn't think you could get worse than collaboration. That whole presser.
They did it.
And they fucking, not only did they do it, remember the Fun Bunch?
Yeah.
The Washington Redskins, they'd all celebrate in a bunch and they'd throw their hands up and everyone would jump. They did that. The Fun Bunch. Now they got a Fun Bunch deciding who the GM and the coach is. A fan, an accountant, a party planner. This is an episode of the
George is the fan.
Simpsons.
He's not a football guy. That's what he said.
He
doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
A fan, an accountant, a party planner, event planner. We got a freaking can of soup. I'm just joking. Soup Campbell. But he's like, the players go to him for advice on things. And we got Bill Pollian.
That might change real quick now. I'll tell you that. Now that they know that he's on this board.
Oh, you know what he is? He's the snitch.
Yeah.
That's what
exactly.
I said.
That's
He's the snitch. He went to ownership and was like, the players fucking hate Matt Nagy. I'm just telling you, they hate him. We got to get rid of him. That's what Soup Campbell is. He's the snitch. So this is the Bears at the top. This is 1990. I've shared this personal story with all of you. And if you're not a patron, you missed all the fireworks and the rants and the breakdowns and analysis of the live pressers and shows that we did covering this team. It was a fill-a-thon on Monday, and it was all day.
Every day.
I did 4 shows all day and the national championship. Listen, Chris Zorich said it, Phil. These guys, they don't care. They don't care.
They don't live and die with it. It's
exactly
fun to them. You know what I mean?
It's not. You gotta have somebody, as Shayne is saying, that loves this game of football. Do you? I said this 3 years ago. 3 years ago on an old network. I said, how could you be the daughter, the grandson, the son, whatever you are, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit of the Chicago Bears, and not study the game, be in the fucking meetings, go to coaches' clinics, travel around? That's the problem. You don't know what it takes to win. You didn't even spend time with Grandpa. Grandpa was probably fucking beating the fuck out of George.
Can you imagine?
Fuck out of this office.
Can you imagine growing up in that, and then for most of your, connection to that, you're working the ticket office.
You work.
I mean, if I was,
how are you not a football guy and your grandfather
was
George
I don't know.
Halas? Like
That's what I'm saying.
how is that? Like, I'm a football guy because Phil's my
Your
next door
dad's a
fucking neighbor.
barber.
Like, how the fuck?
You're a
how the
barber.
fuck- like, George Halas is your grand. I don't get it.
It's the most unbelievable thing that happens. It absolutely blows my mind. It starts there, but it doesn't finish there because you doubled down on stupidity with Ted. What do you like about Ted? Is Ted? Nope, they're going to report to me, but Ted's going to be involved in deciding. Nothing's changed.
And everybody said he's not making football decisions.
All the blog boys, right?
Just the important ones,
And all you fucking dumbasses. Where's Nagy's interviews? Anybody calling up him? Because they know. They know. Where are you standing, Danahy and company blog boys? Fucking Chewbacca. Where's she at? Fucking they don't know. Nobody's hey, Matt, come fix our team. No, it's not for a reason. But you collaborated, and I thought, Potash, I want to get Potash on this show. So fans, can you reach out to Potash and tell him he's got to get on Keepin It 100? Because that's the guy that really stood
all
out.
over it. Cherie's all excited.
Cherie, somebody.
Alex.
Potsy's got to come on this show because he's trying to keep it 100. He's trying to keep it 100. And I need verification, Facebook user, that
We'll get Potsy a free James Daniels jersey if he comes out.
This is more likely. USFL.
Yeah.
That's more likely.
No, the Arena League has called him, according to a source.
Come back to your roots.
Yeah. But, you heard today they interviewed, I didn't even hear this guy was being interviewed, Cook.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see that. He was on
him and Peterson rap today.
Doug Peterson. We're going to get into that. That's a big, where's my drop, Jackal, for that? Jesus, you got to be on top of this shit, Jackal. He's not doing the drops tonight. We need a new drop guy.
No! Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Nope. Doug Peterson, Jackal. Nope. There you go, Jackal. That's how you do it. Doug Peterson's a big nope.
Oh my God.
Next thing you know, Dowell Loggins. We got Dowell Loggins. Nope.
Well, I saw people going back and forth about Peterson tonight and earlier today about Doug Peterson, and it's the same thing. Well, he won a Super Bowl. Well, okay, then have Nick Foles be your starter then. Run that shit back. I don't care if he won a Super Bowl. Doesn't matter. That was in 2017. It's 2022. Shit
Nope. Nope. Nope.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
But I'm going to evaluate who should be the GM and the coach.
Because my mommy said so.
My mom is very mad. What was it?
I don't want her to be mad. So, yeah.
Could someone cut that? Mom is disappointed.
But that's just the little one. You go back and you watch it again and you watch it a third time, Phil, like we both did. It's just the word that sticks out in my brain is implicit. Implicitly. I trust him implicitly.
Oh, when he's talking. Exactly.
But that tells you he's doubling down on that to let you, this dude is so entrenched. Olin talked about it on his own podcast.
Ted Phillips is running the whole thing.
Like,
we said it.
Ted Phillips runs the entire building.
Dude,
top to bottom.
He got them the fucking stadium deal. He got a handshake agreement. And you could just tell by the douchebaggery of the upper echelon of them and the stories that we've been told from Rashid Davis, Zorich, Kreutz, Edward, all the way down. You don't treat your players correctly when they're gone. You don't treat your players correctly when they're there. You put politics over performance. You continue to be a sham when it comes to understanding that getting a football czar is not equivalent to a magic trick. You keep doing the same thing over and over. And Potsy was asking, what's the difference? What's the difference? Ted is still involved in the interview. You've added a few faces of color to try to be, and the thing that I couldn't stand most is the Jeff Dickerson intro. You had weeks to do that. On here is the presser of firing Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace football, and you try to use somebody's.
Oh, he was. But listen, he knew that he was going to infuriate the media, but this was the buttering up portion of the press conference. Exactly. I'm going to soften the landing.
Them up. Exactly. Yeah. It wasn't the time.
No,
it
was that part of it. That part. Phil, you and I talked before this started, and we were all excited because we felt like they made the correct move, getting rid of Matt Nagy, getting rid of Ryan Pace. I called you and I'm like, hey, they did it. And you're like, bro, I can't believe it. And I said, now we wait to see the presser.
No, you basically said, and I'll quote you, now we got to pray that Ted Phillips isn't a part of the presser. And I go, yeah, that's a great point. And you then stated that Brad Biggs or someone said George will be at the podium alone taking questions. And we were like, wow, they really figured it out. 4 seconds before the presser, Shayne goes, oh my God, they're going to have Ted Phillips there. I go, what? Wasn't he there? He was in a fucking Zoom call upstairs in his cushy little pad because he's running shit from up top. Shit runs downhill. Ted is a liar. You had an opportunity. Do you have any regrets? There's so many lies within it, as Aretha was saying. There's so many lies.
George came out and said that himself, and then Ted, we don't regret hiring those guys. Well,
how could
you
not?
Should
exactly?
You didn't do what you brought supposedly you brought them here for. They didn't do it.
That's why I put
They didn't win a playoff game. They had one winning season.
Sucked.
One season of 500. Your offense regressed
Regressed
from what, week 7?
Why are you firing
2018?
these guys that you think are so good? Why are you? That's the point.
Because, Phil, you have to think about it in their terms. Listen, Matt Nagy was what, 34-31? In Ted and George's world, they've lost so fucking much. That's like the mountaintop. That's the unattainable to them.
I love they threw those 2 playoffs.
Yeah.
You're in the playoffs twice.
Great.
You backed into the playoffs.
Yeah.
When they added another year, you wouldn't have made it. You were 8-8, 8-8, and 6-11 this year. You were 12-4 with Vic Fangio and the turnover squad. Let's not get it twisted here. We all can.
Ryan and Matt are men of character. They are both, like Ted, outstanding leaders.
Yeah, they're outstanding leaders. I trust Ted implicitly. Ted is the ginormous problem. Ted is the guy that doesn't have regrets and goes on to say what he felt. Let's watch Ted again for those of you just tuning in.
The hiring of Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, I don't regret that.
Lies, lies, and more lies, and lies on top of lies.
As an organization, we had conviction on this quarterback and his special attributes.
They both brought a lot to the Bears. Ultimately, on the field, the results weren't where we wanted it to, but
Never take cough syrup and mix it up with iodine and lie.
I think they've checked a lot of the boxes.
Fail, suck, useless, blech, and just.
You can't ask for better leaders. You can't ask for better forward thinkers.
Fantastic. Brilliant.
You can't ask for people that gave their all, had great work ethic, were humble. And we're going to look for a lot of those same qualities. And hopefully with Bill's vast expertise.
Concept-wise, his run game doesn't match with his pass game.
In the technicalities of coaching strategy and valuation processes, that's going to add a nice added benefit to our search and going to help us find the right people.
Yeah. Dude, you can't make that up if you even try to make it up.
You got an interesting.
It didn't matter on the field.
Interesting comment.
It's the only
here.
place it matters, Shayne.
Phil, do you want to address, or we both can? The
Bears
Bears fire
fire.
the dude that has been top 10 in drafting for the past half decade, Ryan Pace, and hire a guy that has not been in the NFL for 10 years, which called Lamar Jackson to be a wide receiver 1.5 years before Lamar was the youngest ever NFL MVP. So I'm not sure what.
I think he's
how you're
upset
great.
with
Ryan Pace,
firing Pace top
Ryan
half.
Pace top 10. I don't know. I guess show me that list. Maybe it's his personal list. I'm not sure.
What?
Maybe Patron 222 has a burner account in here. I don't know.
Top 10.
I've been probably a bigger Pace supporter than anybody on this network throughout.
I would agree.
Until here lately. But to say that he's been top 10, I'd like to see those facts.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
Exactly. He's just a fan that
when you
owns the
think
team.
about Ted Phillips is out there. The guys that they just launched, the guys that they just fired, they gave more respect to than they did their Hall of Fame center that played every single game like a fucking warrior, played through injuries.
I really think Ted's. I put a bunch of little drops and jokes in there to try to just do it so you can see it. Look up, for God's sake. The one thing that matters in football is the field. That's it. He goes on to list all these things, great leaders and this, that, and the other. That goes to show you the guy that's running it is lost. So yeah, all our faith as Bears fans goes into Bill Pollian making the right call. That's it. That's it. Because George and fucking Ted are those two fathers that can't put together a goddamn Lego.
I will
toy.
say this though, Phil. Initially, when I heard the name Bill Pollian, I was very upset because I was thinking, old school, hasn't been involved in the league, but you forget about the contacts and him staying active. He's been involved in Sirius satellite radio and with the NFL and stuff like that. In terms of the guys that they've reached out to for the general manager positions, I've been, and this is me keeping it 100, I've been very impressed because it's a wide array of everything. It's not, the good old boy network.
Right.
It's not just scout based.
Well, I told you.
There's an analytical sense in there. And I mean, I'm not saying that it has to be one or the other. There's got to be a combination of it. In 2022, there's got to be a combination of both. There's got to be a give and take on both avenues. And I have my feelings where I think that this is headed. You and I have talked about it, and we'll end up talking about it more here later. But I've been impressed with the GM list. Now, the important part is it going to be Pollian pulling the trigger? George said that it's him publicly to show that he has the power, that he has the juice.
He's
and
just
that's
a
him.
fan, though.
That's him putting out there that Ted is not doing it. That's all that means.
That's all that is.
But to me,
Ted really is.
Yeah, to me, it's really Bill Pollian on who he is going to hire.
21 seasons. Put it back up as team president. 24 different quarterbacks. 15 at or below 500 seasons. 13 third or last place division finishes. 10 seasons with a losing record. 6 playoff appearances. 5 division championships, 3 playoff wins, 1 Super Bowl appearance, and 0 Super Bowl wins under Ted Phillips. That was addressed and it was skipped over. Ted Phillips is the weatherman at your local news station. Ted Phillips doesn't have any qualifications to hire anybody within football in regards, because he doesn't know football. So therefore,
Willie,
continues to happen.
We'll start this right off from Jump Street, Willie. I know that you don't care for our network, and I know you want to do your little game in the chat, like always, and play the public little old me game like you do. But you tried, and you're not us. So that's strike number 1 for you. I tell the fucking truth here. It's not about being negative or fucking positive all the time. I could give 2 fucks. When I responded to you tonight on Twitter, that was not a compliment, bro. I'm just saying. You can play your games and go cry and say little old me. That's fine. But do your thing, man. Do your thing. Go try to
bring that fat ass on.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Now, what was I saying? He interrupted me. I was saying that he's not qualified to be doing anything other than organizing ways to make money for the McCaskies, to get this stadium deal in Arlington, which they don't have. They haven't closed yet. Maybe Nagy can help them with the mortgage and close on that with his past real estate license. He
was talking about closing.
Yeah.
Terms on closing.
Terms on closing. The reality is Ted Phillips should have no part in this, but George trusts him implicitly. This is a problem. This is someone who can't go out in front of the world of Bears fans and speak the truth like we do here. Like I own if I'm wrong about something. I own. We went on.
How many times have
Obviously,
we
a
went on
patron.
the
We
air
went
and
out of
talked
our
about
way
it?
to say
Right.
the Bears blog. He called it. As hard as we, and I don't like the dude, as hard as we are, you give credit where credit is due. Don't play that little old me bullshit. Like you got some fucking football knowledge that nobody else has. Go out there and make the right move by saying, you know what? We messed up. We messed up with Mitch. We messed up with Pace. We messed up with Nagy. There's nothing wrong with that. That's healthy. But to sit there and lie, it's just, it gives you no trust going forward. You trust them? You only have hope that Pollian is taking this by the horn. And going back, my Uncle Sam Rutigliano, as I said before on this network, he said Ernie Accorsi was a shoe salesman. He should have no business. Him and Mike Lombardi should have no business in anything of football. Helping the Bears is a detriment to the Bears. And we saw he was right. He said the opposite about Bill Pollian. He said Bill Pollian is a very knowledgeable man who has nothing but the truth, nothing but what is going to be best and hardest for them to hear.
Well, and I pump the brakes on that a little bit because I am a Sirius XM subscriber for, way over a decade. And I've listened to Bill Pollian plenty on there spout some bullshit, especially when it comes to the GOAT, Tom Brady.
Tom, he doesn't like
He's
Tom?
like, yeah, we had a first round grade on Tom, but we didn't draft him because we had Peyton. Well, Tom Brady didn't go to pick 199. You had plenty of picks and make him a backup.
If you had a first round grade, you pick him in the 4th round if he's still there.
Exactly.
That's what a great.
But
GM
he came out
would do.
and said that publicly, and then
especially as a quarterback,
the Lamar Jackson thing is legit. Bill Pollian, that's part of public record. He's a wide receiver. He's not a quarterback.
No, he was wrong.
He does have it. He's got a long.
We'll keep energy, Coach T. Please don't give this guy any more comments. I'll keep the energy up real tough. Real talk. Because real recognizes real. We don't keyboard tough guy this shit. Trying to keep it 100 on everything we do. I think the amount of people that watch the show, that invest every Wednesday night and make it an appropriate time, as well as the guests that want to come on here and speak the truth. That's the reality. TTNL could stand for itself. You're a hater. You're a fucking troll. That's what you are. Keep it at 100. Keep trolling. Or keep on stepping. Get to stepping.
Gangsters, what's up, guys?
Go watch another show with Matt Nagy. You were a big supporter of Matt Nagy. Now what? Try to switch it. Anyway, I get fired up with bullshit. Don't fucking come with untruths. I'll keep it 100. Everybody's going to make mistakes. Show that real truth. The real truth for me has always been Olin Kreutz is my guy to solve this, because I knew the pussification of the Bears started with Ted Phillips and George McCaskey. It proved to be more true. I agree, Avon. Been with us all your Avon's been supporting us all our time. I blame Jackal again. He's only putting up the negative comments. You got something to say about this?
I ain't doing shit.
He never does shit. Patron 420. That's right.
He just made his own drop and he didn't even know it.
He doesn't even know it. Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
We didn't even put the intro for this guy.
He doesn't even need an intro. We all love this guy.
Listen, I'm pissed because the intro never even got up, and I'm a big snob when it comes to production and intros. But you're right. We don't have enough time for his introduction. Maybe I'll upload it as we're interviewing and then go back and pretend now. Listen, I'll give my own off the top of the head introduction because I keep it 100, just like the show said. I don't agree with Olin Kreutz all the time, but I knew that the pussification of the Chicago Bears needed somebody that was going to speak truthfully in the thinking of pushing the Bears forward. Not constantly in neutral, but forward. Learning, because he's been in the building for so many years. He doesn't have to be a businessman. He doesn't have to be an accountant. He had to be a presence that loved the Chicago Bears more so than their own leaders, fans in the building. This man would go down to the weight room, to the equipment man, the trainer, and measure their worth. What does this team mean to you? Because as we on this network speak for the city, for the fans, I knew, that's why I said it before anybody on record, that this would be the president. I got a lot of pushback from a lot of blog boys and people saying, no, Olin ain't ready. He's the guy I wanted because I knew he would do it right and he'd find the right coach and GM. How many 7 Pro Bowls, 13 seasons at center, number 57, drafted out of Washington, the Hawaiian, the toughest motherfucker you're ever going to see. He made guys that are 6'7", 345 pounds, and 6 inches taller than him weak in the knees with fear. And he made an owner talk smack and pissed down his leg probably in the process. Here he is. You know him from NBC Sports. You see him on The Score, on the after show with my boy David Kaplan and Lance Briggs and Alex Brown. He's our captain, Olin Kreutz. There he is.
What's up, guys, man? Thanks for having me. You know I love your guys' show. Happy to be on. Quite the introduction.
Hey, I got to introduce you the right way. I apologize. I know this is now your 5th time, I believe, on our show. And we love having you on, but, we saw what happened, and that's where we got to start. Just because I want to get it out. I know you're having to deal with probably a media circus, but
it's been a long day. I've watched every place Olin has been today. And I'm like, oh man,
Olin, I'm going to play the clip. Then we're going to talk about it. And then we're going to get into everything else. Let's watch it. You could react to it in real time.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I know, George. You're not a fan. You're a fan. Here we go. George on Olin.
I've learned over the years to take just about anything that Olin says with a grain of salt. And I look forward to hearing that story again and hope he includes it in his Hall of Fame induction speech.
So you're saying that it's not true?
That's the way it is sometimes with Olin. Don't get the whole story. And Olin knows what the story is.
There it is. Now, Olin, it's not every day that you have a firing of a GM and a coach and the conversation goes into a future Hall of Fame former player who cares what it seems more about this franchise than they do. But that being said, let's start there. Harry Heastan has come out and said, as well as Ryan Pace, that this is true. Have you received any apology from the McCaskies?
No, I haven't, and I don't expect to. And like you guys talked about, we talked about this all day. So I've been talking about it for a while. But just the thing about saying it wasn't. If you say it wasn't an accurate story, I've said that many times. That's one thing is all to say that Olin, whatever he says, you can't believe is another thing to say, especially when you don't really know me at all. And anybody who wants to hear my response to this can. I've talked about it to nauseum now because it deserves to be talked about. When someone says that about your character, about who you are as a person, and they really don't know you, right? So simple. If you're a leader, if you run the building, a lot of guys in that building have my phone number. You pick up the phone and you call if you hear the story and you don't like it that much. But they got together. Ted Phillips, Scott Hagel, and George McCaskey got together and decided that was the way they were going to handle that situation. I don't give them a pass at all that he just said that and he didn't really know what he was saying and he was trying to play around. And no, that's not what happened there. What happened there is they said, they said exactly, they did exactly what they wanted to do because I'm on radio, I'm on TV, and I'm constantly analyzing them from a perspective of a guy who's been in the building for 13 years and they're trying to poke holes in my credibility. Right. So that's what he wanted to do there. George is a former lawyer and he's smart and he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly why he said those things. I did not hear from them. I don't expect to hear from the McCaskies. George is the chairman of the Chicago Bears. George is a McCaskey. He speaks for the McCaskey. So from my point of view, that's the way that they feel about me for whatever reason. Right. I've said many times, George was not a part of the football side when I was there. I've maybe had 2 or 3 conversations with the man in my whole life. I haven't seen him or talked to him except for to say hello when I see him at events since I retired, which would now be 11 years from the Chicago Bears. So that's how long he hasn't really known me. It's fascinating that you can speak about someone in that context, like we all know. But I guess he's talking about the guy he sees on TV, the guy he hears on the radio, the guy that analyzes them. I guess he disagrees with the things that I say, which is fine to say I disagree with him. I don't think that the story is accurate. That would be one thing, and then we could go find Harry and Ryan Pace like I did. Ryan Pace and I still have a good relationship, even though I have to criticize him and critique him a lot, right? And we all know my relationship with Harry Heastan. So obviously you call them and you say, man, maybe I didn't get my story right. Maybe I was wrong. No, my story was right. I did get that offer from Harry Heastan. That was asked to me on the score. The score asked me, Olin, have you ever got a job? Would you take a job with the Bears? Have you ever had a job with the Bears? I answered the question. Obviously, they don't think it was the truth, but instead of just saying that I have to find out the story or the story is not accurate, instead he said, you shouldn't believe anything that comes out of Olin's mouth, which to me is an attack on my character. So obviously I've come back at them. I think that everybody should defend themselves if someone attacks the fact that your word, everything you say is taken with a grain of salt. So answered that many a times. My answer will continue to be the same. And if I hear from them, I would be surprised if I did. I don't expect to, because like I said, I think that that's exactly what they meant to say. It's exactly what they got together. They had to know that question was coming. And that's the way he wanted to handle it as a former lawyer.
I was doing the live show on our Patreon watching this real quick, Shayne. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
And Shayne could tell you.
We all just fucking froze.
We
kind of like George did for a second when they said, so this isn't the truth. Phil and I were like, is this really fucking happening? I couldn't believe it.
I got goosebumps. And then after it was over, I went to your defense and I got emotional. Because all of my hope was lost, because you're the guy that I pointed would be the penicillin to this pussification, to this bullshit, to the manipulation, and to the frustration of the fans. You're the guy, because I see you speaking like I speak. Maybe that's just bias to me. We obviously, me and you debate on things, but we're trying to better the Bears. And I think both of us love this football. All of us love this football team.
Right.
And I think you said something that's it needs to be addressed tonight. The fact that the owner took shots at you, to your character, your persona, and Olin still loves the Bears and wants them to succeed, says everything why I'm right. It's people like you that can't go into their environment and shake things up is why they continue to lose.
Well, I mean, me and George
asset.
can disagree on a lot of things, right? And we can disagree on that story, and we can disagree on the fact that you have to take everything I say with a grain of salt. We can disagree on the fact that he probably disagrees with a lot of things I say about him. But one thing I'm sure we both agree on is we want the Bears to win football games. We want them to hire the right general manager. We want them to hire the right coach. Would love for them to get that right, get that culture right, that standard right in that building. You can disagree. You can not even like each other and still want the same goal for the city of Chicago, for the state of Illinois, so we can enjoy a good football team that gets to the playoffs, a team that wins games. So that can also be true in everything that was said, right? So all that stuff can be true. All the things I say from my point of view can be true. All the things George says from his point of view probably can be true too. But as far as the Chicago Bears, can they get the right head coach? Can we get Roquan Smith to be an all-pro consistently? Can we get Jalen Johnson to an all-pro level? Can we get Eddie Goldman back dominating the middle of that line? Can we get Justin Fields to become that quarterback that Chicago has been longing for years? That's one thing that I'm hoping that me and George and McCaskey and whoever else in that building, that everybody has in common.
Olin, I was listening to your podcast that you do with Jason McKee, and I would encourage all of our fans, if you're not subscribed to that, please do so. No Name Podcast. We love it here as a network.
I love J-Mac.
One of the things that I wrote down when I was listening to it today was that you said you texted Scott Hagel. Did you get a response from him via text at all?
I did. I did get a response, and I'll keep that between us.
Right.
Because, Scott Hagel obviously works there, and I just let him know, like, okay, man, I mean, I guess that's how you guys feel.
Yep.
Right. And he said, would you like to talk to me? And I said, no, not really. I'm good. I understand now. It's not like Olin was wrong in that story or whatever it may be. I don't think Olin's a very good analyst or whatever it may be.
Sure.
But it was more of like Olin, you can't trust anything he says from a guy who doesn't really know me. So yeah, I did reach out to him and really just ended it with, hope you and your family are doing well. Right.
Yeah.
It's really all you can say at the end of that, right? Because it turns into something you don't want it to be.
Right.
This really is at the end of the day a football team. It gets everybody emotional. We all want to see the Bears win, but it is a football team. It is a football game. There's a lot bigger things going on. People have kids. People have families. So I just left it at, I hope you and your family are doing well.
So to play off of that, and like I said, I know you're gonna be honest, and I'm just always trying to figure these things out, and I'm not there directly involved. But do you think maybe taking that step, even though you're not in the wrong, do you think maybe taking that step and talking to him would maybe open up the doors for this to be the starting point for the Chicago Bears organization to take some accountability and to maybe treat the former players in a different way? That maybe it's going to take Olin talking to him. And,
right. And to be honest with you guys, and I've said this a few times now, when I went down this road of nicknaming them the Four Horsemen, talking about, Ryan Pace, I put Ryan Pace in there too, and Ted Phillips and George McCaskey and Scott Hagel, is because me and Jason McKee were talking, and I said, look, I'm tired of talking about the same position.
Yeah.
I'm tired of talking about the general manager. I'm tired of talking about the coach. I said, if we're going to be honest, that's what we say about our podcast. We keep it real.
Yep.
You guys keep it 100. We say that about our podcast. We say we're going to keep it real. I said, then we have to call out what we really think is the problem in that building. And I've said many times, that if you can Google snap decision Olin Kreutz, and it'll come up in Google. And David Hall wrote the story. I said in 2009, while I was still on the Chicago Bears, while I was a player in the locker room, I said that they asked me if they should fire Lovie Smith. I said that the problems start a lot higher than Lovie Smith. And they said, what do you mean? I said, the Bears need to be fixed from top to bottom. I said that while I was still a player on the Bears. I had to meet with Jerry Angelo after saying that. I had to meet with Ted Phillips after saying that. So those things, these feelings have been going on for a while. And I said, look, I'm just going to talk about it already. I'm going to talk about where I think they really need to fix the Halas Hall, where they really need to fix that building, because I wanted to talk about ownership and how ownership can affect the locker room, how it can affect the players, how it can affect everything you're trying to do there, how when you're at Halas Hall as a coach or a player, things seem to be an uphill battle a lot of the times. So we talked about it a lot, and I knew, and I told J-Mac, this is going to ruffle a lot of feathers up there. People are going to be pissed off, and it seems like they are, right? And like you're saying, I don't know. I don't know if it'll lead to change. It seems like they're really just kind of trying to be mad, even push us farther away now. So who knows? Who knows what will happen there? You hope that if we just constantly keep saying, this is what you guys need to fix, because it doesn't seem like they think they have to fix what they need to fix. Because look, what they basically told you at the end of your press conference is nothing's changing. Right. Doing things the exact same way, except we brought Bill Pollian in.
Yeah, they swapped out Ernie Accorsi for Bill Pollian.
Yeah, right. I mean, everybody has respect for Bill Pollian, right?
Who's
Bill
a better
Pollian,
football guy than Ernie Accorsi ever.
He's a straight shooter too now. Bill Pollian would tell you exactly what you got to do. But the problem is, as the year goes on and problems come up, who's there to fix it?
Yeah,
who's
not
there
Bill.
to help the coach?
It ain't the
one
fan.
One of the things I keep talking about is one of the most interesting parts of that press conference, I thought, was when George said that Nagy came to him and asked him about Justin Fields. And he said he was uncomfortable. And I said, that's not good, right? Like,
that isn't.
As an owner, he's not asking you to tell him what to do. He just wants to have a conversation, man. Just put up a grease board and put up the positives and negatives of why Justin Fields should play and why he shouldn't play and what do you think, and just bounce ideas off each other, like when we go at it about Sam Mustafa or whoever is on that team and who should be replaced and who we think is good and where do guys fit in, where does a puzzle, and then you get to an answer. And sometimes you don't get an answer you like, but at least you get to an answer.
That's right.
Listen, I didn't bring Olin Kreutz on today because of the controversy. Olin, I'll say this to your face, as I've said it. I mean, I don't know who could champion you more, because I wanted you in that position, that quote magician position that the footballs are, that they said, that is so important and essential when you're admitting in a presser that you're just a fan. But the GM's reporting to a fan who doesn't know about football. I think the biggest neglect is that you're the grandson of George Halas and you haven't studied the game, gone into coaches' clinics, gone and sit in and watch how these guys teach and to see the change. Instead, Olin, who, by the way, you're the best analyst of the Bears on television. That's my truth.
I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean,
no, that's my truth. I'm not blowing smoke. I'm not blowing smoke. I'm telling you, because A, you do keep it 100, keep it real on your show with J Mac. You know the game and you know what it takes to win, and you know the organization.
Even called out Adam Hogan as special teams coaching on the podcast. I was dying.
Adam does a great job.
I know. Really I know.
What did he miss? Someone got out of their lane or something?
Yeah, well, sometimes, listen, I coached Little League football for a while. Sometimes the guys don't run where they're supposed to be running. But Adam, I like to kid with Adam a lot, but he volunteers his time to help Jason McKee up there at Carmel Catholic. But it is fun. It's fun to tease. Because look, we all learn, like, sometimes a lot of us talk about football, but when you're coaching it, man, it's not as easy as it sounds sometimes to break it down. So it's been fun to watch him learn that about the game of football, like we all have.
Yeah.
Let me go back now. Ted Phillips is a part in this. Mm-hmm. We've said for years on this network and prior to it that Ted is running this whole thing, and that's why it's a disgrace and dishevel. My uncle Sam Ritigliano, head coach of the Browns, told me in 1990, the problem with the Bears is that they have an accountant running the team. This is 1990 that he taught. And I didn't believe him. He's 89 years old now and still sharp as a tack like that, and told me Bill Pollian will fix this. And that's all we can hope. But that being said, Ted Phillips is asked, do you have any regrets about Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy? And he says no.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a problem with that?
Well, Ted, like you said, right, I think they hired him in 1983 as like accountant controller of the football team. And then in 1999, I think it was, they put him as president and CEO, but he's been in charge and kind of around there for that long, right? And the Bears haven't had a lot of success in those years with him making decisions, especially in the football side of the building. But I've said many times, businessmen don't win on the football field, right? So in his mind, he probably thinks that you may think I'm losing, but I feel like I'm doing pretty damn good, right? I feel like we're heading in the right direction here business-wise, and they don't have a strong football personality or an opinion in the building on, look, we got to get this side of the building going because this would mean a lot to the city. It means a lot to the people of Illinois, the city of Chicago. Get this moving in the right direction. Obviously, look, you just have to put up the Bears' results since Ted has been in charge, hiring coaches, hiring general managers, since they've had to answer to him. And you really don't have to make an argument about the fact that Ted is not doing the job he's supposed to be doing, because the results, if you put it up on a board, are right there. And it's almost like when we talked about should Coach Nagy still be calling offensive plays, and you just put up the number of how much points they score a game since week 14 of 2018, and the answer was no. Same thing with Ted. So Ted still be making decisions at Halas Hall. No, but I don't know. I assume we see that the Bears franchise now is worth in the billions. So that's his number. That's his goal. That means he's being successful.
Yeah, wait till they get to Arlington Heights. That's only going to almost double. That's
right. The only time they're comfortable in that press conference is when they're talking about Arlington Heights.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, you get to see a little bit of that. We heard George McCaskey say, "I'm just a fan," but then they're going to answer to me. Nothing has changed there. George is still going to talk to Ted about what the general manager said, and they're still answering to Ted and George.
So, Olin, just to move away from this a little bit, I said just like with what you had to deal with, Bears fans have been kicked in the nuts repeatedly for decades now, it seems like. But I was talking to Phil. I'm like, we didn't really know how they were going to handle this. If it was just going to be Nagy, if they were going to move Pace to a different position, well, then they moved them both out. And Phil and I were talking on the phone. I'm like, now we have to watch the press conference and hope that Ted Phillips at least isn't a part of it at all, Phil, because if he is, then just like you said, Olin, nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is Bill Pollian replaces Ernie Accorsi in the grand scheme of things. But the way that this is developed and the head coach, I'm not going to ask, I want to ask you about the GMs, but the head coach candidates that they have the list for. Do you have a leader and only, that you like the best, or somebody that you hope maybe that they bring in?
You guys know football, right, as well as I do. And here's the thing about these head coaches that come up for interviews at this time. These guys are the cream of the crop, man. They are as good as it gets. You get to the NFL and you start getting head coaching interviews, you're a good football coach. And like you guys know, to pick the guy that you would want, to pick the guy to keep calling the leader. And eventually you have to define what is a leader to you. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by when you say I need a leader of men? How do you become a leader? How do you lead a building? How would you lead an NFL building, which is totally different than leading a college building, which is totally different than leading high school kids? Totally different, right? So when someone says to me, I need a leader here, I always ask them, define leader for me. In your mind, what would a leader do? Well, and the thing about the Chicago Bears, guys, and like you guys know, this is a premier city to coach football in, man. This town, if you want to be a football coach, this is the town you want to be in. This is where you want to coach football. You do have to overcome some of the ownership problems, obviously, at Halas Hall, but this is where George Halas started all. The city of Chicago loves their football team. The people of Illinois love the Bears. There's no better place in the NFL to be the head football coach of an NFL franchise than right here. This is a premier job in the NFL, but the guy does have to overcome some things in that building. We have to. The Bears, what you want them to do is put up on a board and say, man, this has been our problem now for years. How do we fix this problem? And ask him, how would you fix this problem? How do we get these guys, the James Daniels, if they do re-sign them, the Cody Whitehairs, the Tevin Jenkins, the Mooney, how do we get them to the Pro Bowl? How do we get them to an all-pro level? How do I get Cole Kmet playing better football? How do I get Eddie Jackson back to 2018? What do you think about Justin Fields when I watched 2 games with you? What kind of scheme would you put him in? Now, let me ask you this. I'm going to put up Baltimore film and say, look, this is him versus Don Wink Martindale. He's confused here. What play would you call? How do I get him out of this confusion, right? Let me walk you down to the weight room, bro. Tell me about your strength staff. Tell me about what you're going to put in here, how you're going to bring Eddie Goldman back to the premier nose guard in the NFL where he dominates people. How are you going to get him back? So these are just questions you got to ask. And then you got to ask him, what does leading mean to you? How are you going to lead these guys? What is your definition of leadership? How do you get these guys to follow you? And you have to like all of those answers. And if you don't, he's not the guy.
Yeah, that's the part with leadership. It's hard. You're doing that over a Zoom or an interview, and I mean, you may need 2-3 months to figure out if that's the, after you've already hired him. That's the
Well,
tough
shouldn't.
part. Yeah,
Shouldn't.
no, I get it.
Let me give all the listeners the secret in the NFL, okay? This is as simple as it can get to leading people in the NFL. You have to make them better.
Yep.
It's not yelling. It's not screaming. You got to help them get to their second contract. You got to help them play good football. When they're injured, you got to help them get healthy. You got to put them in a position to make plays. That's leading in the NFL. That's how they buy in to you. That's how they start listening to what you're saying. Because all of a sudden, what you're saying to them, man, what this guy tells me, it works. Because guess what everybody's trying to do in the NFL? They're trying to put food on their table. So you got to get them playing good football. And if you're not, no one cares what you're saying. No one cares how much you're yelling. No one cares how many sprints you make them run. If you're not making them better at their job, they don't care what you're saying. So that's what you have to do. So if a coach wants the answer for leadership in the NFL and he wants a job, tell him play your guys' podcast.
That's what we do every week. I
club dub here.
There's no club dub in this building after 6 losses.
Did you guys see Tomlin dancing in the locker room? That was awesome. That was awesome.
That was great. Yeah. That's when you dance.
Yeah,
that's when you dance.
When you make the playoffs.
When
right?
you make the playoffs and you've accomplished a goal that you set out as a team, that's when you dance.
No doubt.
To lose 6 in a row and beat a 1-win Detroit team, there's no celebration. That's a loss as a leader. Do you think that showcase, because we had regression, collaboration, obsession, BU, we had all these quirky corporate slogans, Olin. Do you think now that leaked out leader, and they asked George, can you give us what that means? And he's like, toughness. And he goes down this list, right? Do you think that was what they took away most from Nagy's locker room and his culture, that he wasn't the leader that they had hoped?
Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like we got a bunch of buzzwords at that press conference, kind of what they thought everybody wanted to hear, right? And that's why I always think to myself, if you're there when they're saying these words, you got to ask them to define it, right? Like, we need a leader. Well, define leader, right? Define that for me. We need, gritty. Define gritty for me. Define opportunistic. What does opportunistic mean to you? Just so you know they're not just throwing words at you, right? I need to know what you think, because we heard the whole time from Ryan Pace and those guys, they thought that the coaching staff was the strength of their building. So basically, they're taught that the leaders were the strength of their building. We heard that they all believed in each other the year before, the collaboration. We heard all of that stuff, and it didn't work out. And like George said, he said, look, we have to show you guys, because we know you're not going to believe what we're saying, because we're saying the same things. It's basically what he was saying. We really haven't changed much. So until we actually win football games, it doesn't really matter what we're saying. He's right. He's right. It's going to be hard. They're going to get a general manager, a popular guy, a guy who everybody thinks who has a great track record. You don't become a general manager in the NFL because you don't know what you're doing, right? You don't get these interviews because you don't have a good track record.
Except in Chicago. I don't know.
You don't get an interview. You don't
Nagy-
interview as a head coach if you're not good in your scheme. So these guys are going to be good at what they do. They're just going to have to answer the other questions in the building.
But let's start right there. I don't think you even realize the indictment, because Ryan Pace worked his way up. We get it, his story, but then he was never a GM. So, he took that transition from pro personnel, whatever his title was in New Orleans. But Matt Nagy was never head coach at any level, was never the season-long offensive coordinator. He was just a good old boy network. Hey, this is Andy Reid. You guys got to hire this guy. And he probably is a nice guy and said all the right things. But you and I know, and you said it here, this guy's never had any kind of concepts offensively that worked. It was like they were just plays. So I believe actually that Bill Pollian, that guy in the room, is going to help, because they have 5 people. Let's talk about those 5 people: Ted Phillips, George McCaskey, Tanesha Wade, who was events planner, but now she's got promoted. And you got Soup Campbell, who basically was the snitch. He was the guy helping everyone, and he went back to, this is what's going on. So Soup Campbell, do you know Soup? Did you have any relationship?
I don't know Tanesha or Soup. Happy that they get a chance to sit in the room, man. Well, what an opportunity for them to sit through a process of hiring a brand new football coach, a head coach in the NFL, to get to learn about that process. But like you're saying, when you hear about the room, Bill Pollian is who you're putting all your chips behind. Bill, man, he's not a bad guy to put your chips behind, right? So hopefully everybody in that room who doesn't have experience or who have made bad decisions has a notepad and a pen out and is listening to the things that Bill is saying and the questions that he is asking and how he's trying to get to the answers. Because here's the problem. Like you're saying, I think Bill's going to get to the right guy. I think they are going to hire a good football coach. They are going to hire a good general manager. And like I said before, this is an excellent job to have. Like you guys know, the fan base loves the Chicago Bears. They do have a pretty decent roster. If they can get their offense playing better football, get a better scheme in there with concepts, feed Montgomery the ball. I love watching that kid run the rock. Find a way to throw passes off your run game. Find a way to put the ball in the end zone. Things like that. I think Bill will get to that stuff. The people around him, though, you have to consume as much knowledge as you can get, because once he leaves, once he installs somebody, the building is yours again. And you have to help these people succeed, because here's the thing the Chicago Bears have to get to. They have to get to the point of where we're developing players and we're developing coaches and we're developing executives. And then the whole building has to be developing these people. So you get to the point where you're good, where you want your team to be, and people are coming to pick those guys out of your job. You have people ready to replace them. You can't let guys like Brandon Staley out of the building. You can't get guys like Ballard out of the building, guys like Dodge out of the building, guys like Morocco Brown out of the building. They go somewhere else, and they seem to have some success. So hopefully we can get that going here. Hopefully Bill Pollian can get them to show them how to create that standard, that culture in their own building.
Isn't that a little scary? You brought up some good points. Like, you want to ask these questions about what your vision. We have one person in the room to ask about that vision, right? Like, we're putting an awful lot on Bill, and I don't disagree, right? Like, the guy's way connected, but I mean, what is Ted and George going to ask that's going to pick on that? Like, they've been through this process so many times, you would think that they know, but what, like,
This
the
is
nerd,
Cars,
the nervous,
by the way.
Yes,
resident Bears
What's
nerd
up, man?
right here.
How you doing? But I'm it's terrifying for me, because it's really, like George kept saying, it's my decision. It's not. He's going to hire who Bill tells him to. But like, what do we think these other people are even going to offer as part of this in a process? Like, that's what I can't wrap my head around.
Right. And I don't blame you, because all their results says you shouldn't wrap your head around the fact that they know how to get to the right answer, because they haven't got to the right answer since they've been in charge, since George has been chairman, since Ted has been George and Ted have been a team, they have not got to the right answer. So you are right to question them. You just hope that they have finally figured it out. It didn't sound like it on Monday, but you're hoping that Bill Pollian can help them get to the right answers, be a straight shooter, tell them exactly what they need to hear. And then you hope that even though someone tells you what you need to hear, even though you hear the truth, you hope they're listening. You hope they're willing to change a little bit, change their building a little bit, change the way they do things, because the way you have been doing things is working. But I'll tell you this, you don't know. You can't guarantee right now. And George told you that. He said, we know we can't give you any answers here that you will believe us. We just have to show you.
Because I think, my fear is always like the Ballard. And maybe, whatever, if people want to argue if Ballard was the right guy, everything has come out like, these are the changes I want to make that have to be made. And from multiple reports, right, like, I want to make these changes, instantly disqualified him from the conversation. So you've pointed out, like, our scouting
get rid
needs
of
to
Jay
get
Cutler.
Yes.
He wanted to get rid of Ted Phillips and put him on the other side of the room. And this has been told to me. It was told also to your colleague on NBC, Cap, and just piggybacking off of Cars to the point, if someone, and they doubled down on Justin Fields. If someone says, listen, Fields ain't the one, well, he's here. You're not the one. Is that going to happen? And Olin, you can answer from that.
No, I mean, I don't think you want to give the coach, like you have to, whatever. If you pick this guy as your leader, you can't tell him what anything's going to be in his building.
Yeah,
exactly. That's his building, and it's kind of backwards right now, right? And you have to, like I said, we're all trusting Bill Pollian, but you're going to hire the coach before the general manager. That doesn't make sense to me. The general manager is just going to want to get his own guy in there eventually. So it's just kind of it's going to be a struggle there. So I don't understand that either. Like I said, all the things you're saying is the same thing we've been saying for a while about the George and Ted tandem, that team. Doesn't seem like they know how to get to the answers that they need to get themselves a consistent winning football team here in Chicago. But look, if Bill Pollian hits on the coach and Justin Fields is the quarterback, you can win a lot of football games, right? So there is a lot of hope. There is still hope there. This still is the Chicago Bears. Everybody you talk to is like, man, I'd love to play football or coach in the city of Chicago because it's an amazing place to be. So we're just, if they can get the right coach, he can develop Justin Fields, get that O-line fixed, get Khalil Mack back to playing healthy football, Eddie Goldman, like we talked about, developing football players, work your way through it, figure it out. Someone who has that kind of energy to keep everybody moving in the right direction, because that's what that building needs. I told someone today, one of Lovey's strengths was when he was in the building, for a building that has a lot of chaos and a lot of people moving in different directions. Lovey's very consistent, almost to the point of where you think, man, this guy's crazy, right? Like things aren't working, and he comes in the meeting room and says the exact same thing every day. Guys, if we just run the ball and get takeaways, we'll be fine. And he just keeps saying it.
Hey,
and
big
eventually,
guy.
the ball
Hey,
pops
big guy.
out. And you're like, man, this guy, like maybe he's right? But what I'm saying is he brought a lot of consistency to that building. He was kind of perfect for Halas Hall. He was perfect for what was going on in the building. He never changed. He always preached the same things from the day he walked in 2004. So I wasn't there his last year, but I'm sure the day they fired him. One crazy stat, because the example I have for you guys is this. Remember the turnover bucket this year?
Oh, yeah.
August and July. Well, they ended up with 16, right?
Yeah.
And they had 38 in 2018. But look, you didn't hear about it throughout the year.
Yeah.
Or you didn't hear about it again. One thing about Lovey, I don't care if they ended up with 11 takeaways. You would constantly hear, we got to get takeaways. We got to get – what I'm saying is, what is your philosophy? What do you believe in? What do you say every single day? That's what your team becomes. What is your team's ethos? What is your building's ethos? What do you believe in? What do you want to get done here? And I think in 2012, when Lovey got fired, here's one of the most amazing stats I've read. And not to go on this Lovey tangent, but I got to say it every time we talk about takeaways. They had 44 takeaways that year.
Yeah.
That is they were plus 20 That is insane, man.
Yeah.
That is so crazy.
I didn't even know that. That's crazy when
that
you
is
think
so
about it.
I was going through the one day I was
Jeez.
going through the turnover ratio because of the 38 in 2018, and there's a problem right in that building. Is okay, we had the healthiest team in the league in 2018. We had 38 takeaways, right? No one sat down and said how much of what we just watched was real, right?
Yeah.
How much of what we just watched can we?
I
repeat?
said it.
Yeah, can we repeat next year, right? And if we don't have that health and we don't get those takeaways, then how do we win football games?
It ain't going to come from the offense with the clown calling it when he doesn't even counter anything. Me and you have joked privately about the stupidity of Coach Nagy's offense because we couldn't even figure out.
You didn't like the David Montgomery jump pass?
Oh my God! Let me ask you this:
I did like the shovel at the end of the game.
We gotta get
had to get it in. Right.
Gotta get that shovel pass in.
I gotta give him credit for being that crazy, putting that shovel in there. I love it.
Let me ask you this: Jim Harbaugh, would you say Phil was the owner? I see talent, and I say, Olin, you're my magician. You're the magic. Agree, the football czar. Is Jim Harbaugh the guy to come in here and push away ownership and be the coach in your eyes? Is that somebody that
sure seems like he could do the job, right? Sure seems like he has the track record, that he has a personality that would fit here in Chicago. I'm a strong believer that every city is a different kind of coach they need, man.
Thank
I'm a strong
you,
believer in
Olin.
that. I'm a strong believer in culture. And you got and what kind of person you have to be in a different city. A guy like Nick Saban interests me too, right? He develops coaches there in college at Alabama. I know he's an older guy, but he seems to have a ton of energy. I think he's just a guy who, like we're talking about, Harbaugh, Saban, just guys who can walk in that building, and even the cafeteria has to be on their toes when he walks in, right? Even the cook is like, man, if I don't do my job right, this guy is going to demand out of me that we get this right? We're going to walk on an airplane. The airplane's going to be
That's
run
what
a
I think
certain
you
way.
are. That's why I was like,
I just think that guys like that. I mean, obviously, like I said, you have to get in a room with them. I know all the names. The Ball, he does a great job in Buffalo, right? Eberflus does a great job with the Colts. Bowles does a great job with the Bucks. Leftwich. All the names that they're interviewing, these guys are successful guys. Brian Flores, a tough defensive football. His scheme, when you watch it on film, you can't help but enjoy it, right? I mean, that
you could just tell how well coached they are.
Yeah, that blitz zero with that cover 4 matchup behind it. I got no idea what the hell that is. Like, I don't even know.
Give him Khalil Mack and Robert Quinn
to
rushing.
Talk to him about, hey, coach, what are you doing? What is this coverage you're running here with blitz zero? Like, he's dropping out like this nose guard, and they're passing off crossers, and it's fun to watch. It really is fun to watch them play football. The Miami Dolphins. I've heard, obviously people have written now all of a sudden a guy gets fired, and you see all these hit pieces come out about how he's overbearing, and that happens.
That's what we want.
Right? Yeah.
I read the piece, Olin. I said it to Shayne, and it was kind of on the negative that he rubbed people the wrong way. I go, I read this article and I love the guy even more.
Chicago.
That's exactly you hit it out of the park. I've said it before. There's a certain personality that the Chicago Bears need right now. Mm-hmm. And I completely, and I know it sounds stupid for people and what have you, but you saying it just doubles down in truth. I'm sorry.
And the thing about like Harbaugh, if you're interviewing a college coach, you have to make sure you're talking to them about, look, like what just happened to Urban Meyer. Yeah. Like you don't like the players don't come in here like high school kids and they automatically respect you and they're automatically stuck here for 5 years. They will buck you in the NFL. You have to tell me that you are going to earn their respect first before you start leading them in a hard way, before you start yelling at them, that I'm going to show them that I can make them better football players. If they buy into this, it equals success for all of us. Like those are the things that you want to hear from a college coach. Not I'm going to get them, it's my way or the highway. It's either you're out, it has to be, okay, look, I'm going to coach them hard, but I'm also going to show them that this is good for you, that this is good for your career, that this is the way you're going to make money, get to your second contract. This is how we're going to get our Super Bowl ring. This works. I'm going to prove it to you. And once you start getting success and stuff, and then I'm going to start pushing you guys just a little bit harder. But if you follow me here, we'll get to where we need to go.
Olin, real quick, I know you've been super gracious with your time, and you've probably getting a little bit sick of repeating everything all day long, but your sweatshirt there, I obviously know is in honor of Jeff Dickerson, but just the initials sent off some flares in my head too. James Daniels, moving forward, free agent. Olin Kreutz, the executive. Are you investing the money in to get him right, or are you investing that money in somebody else to bring in and replace him?
I'm a big fan of James Daniels. As you guys know, I've watched him play 3 different positions. I keep him in the fold.
Yep.
I make him an offer. Now, it just depends on, does Teron Armstead become a free agent? Can I go after a left tackle? Can I fix my left tackle spot? Bump Tevin Jenkins over to right tackle, maybe move Borum to right guard. I don't know what I'm going to do on my offensive line, but I'm going to play my best 5. I know that. I'm going to overload that place with talent because it's been, the cupboard's been dry for too long. I need to get answers in there. I need to fix the offensive line. That is my number one goal. As I know that's shocking for everybody, but it is. I'm a big fan of James's now. I think he can play all 3 positions inside. I didn't like the way he played at the end of this year, so I would have to find out what the problem was there. I didn't like his pass blocking. I thought he got beat by guys he shouldn't get beat by. I think James Daniels is a tremendously talented athlete on the inside. I think he moves guys off the ball. He's got long arms. He's got that big, he's got that big posterior, what you need, right?
Yeah.
You got that big posterior which can't be moved. So I don't think James Daniel at his age, I think he's still young, 23, 24.
24
Yeah,
in September.
I don't think you want to let these guys are rare now. They're rare to find offensive linemen like him. So I'm gonna make him a pretty good offer to stay in my building. Obviously, I have to know a lot of things though, right? I gotta know what is his work ethic like. I gotta talk to people. Does he like
He
the
had
game?
a weird exchange. Did you hear the exchange with Potash?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I didn't hear it.
I'll send it to you.
So uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Potash essentially just was asking him to compare Ferentz at Iowa to the situation.
First he took shots at Nagy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then
about
he
not helping out. He's like,
No,
sometimes
he's like-
we'd get out there and our guys would just be all alone. There's,
He's like,
there's no chip and there's no nothing.
Yeah, I see a future Hall of Fame left tackle he's talking about the 49ers getting chips and help, but our offense, we're not getting any chips. We're not getting any help on our. So he's calling Nagy out. Then he doubles down. I forget the next one he called out, like Juan, I believe, and then this back and forth because.
Well, I think right there is where he started to pump the brakes. Like, holy shit.
What am I saying?
I want an extension from this team. These guys haven't been fired yet. So I think that's. But Olin, you brought up Teron Armstead. Are you concerned? Like his snaps have been wildly inconsistent because of injuries.
Yep.
Now, are you that's got to be a huge concern?
Oh, it's a huge red flag, right? But if he's available and the way he plays football, and I would. As an executive, I would believe in my strength staff. I would believe in the fact that I could make a plan for him, that I could get him healthy. Obviously, you have to do your homework. You got to do your research. He's just a name that pops in my head. I think Cam Robinson might be a left tackle too out there. There's some other different options. Obviously, I don't have a first-round pick, right? So I got to figure something out for my offensive line because I don't get a pick in the first round to try to fix the tackle position. From what I understand about this draft, there's not a lot of high-level left tackles that are going to fall into the second round. So I do have Tevin Jenkins. I got nothing guaranteed there, right? I do have Borum, but I have nothing guaranteed there. So I have tackles that no one has ever played 16 games yet. I don't know what they're going to look like once the wear and tear comes on. I just can't leave that cupboard dry again and again and again and year after year and say, I'm going to fix this, right?
I understand.
That's all we keep hearing. The O-line is the problem. Well, somebody fix it. Somebody fix it.
Now I understand more because someone played us a drop of you and it sounded as if you're just bypassing Jenkins can't be a left tackle. He's only had a few games.
No, not at all.
Now I know what you're saying. You're saying almost like we're saying, like Bears fans, Darnell Mooney's great, but You can't just say Darnell's number one receiver. We got a receiver. Now we got to get a couple. You got to keep.
I get another number one, right?
Yeah, you got to get.
Listen, I'm gonna give myself
see what
7 or
you're
8
saying.
offensive linemen, and it made a best man win. Made a best man
Would
win.
you bring
the job.
Peters back for another year?
I hope I don't have to. Right? I hope I don't have to do that again. You know what I mean? Like I think we all say this. We all love Jason Peters, right? And I don't have to bring him back. He just showed me that if I need somebody, I can go get him. But
he can show up week 17.
Did he surprise you this year though at his age? I mean, he surprised me.
He did surprise me, and not only that, but I loved his leadership out there.
Yeah,
I thought he was leading the guys. I thought he was helping with technique. I thought he was giving them everything they had, even when he thought he shouldn't be playing. I thought he shouldn't be playing. I thought Tevin Jenkins should have been out there playing football, especially against the Minnesota Vikings backup defensive ends. But that's a whole nother argument.
The Giants.
Those guys are gone. You know, those guys are gone now. But I hope I don't have to. I hope that I can bring in other guys that are in at least a Pro Bowl or All Pro type level, because if you want your offensive line to be good, you need a few studs out there, man. You need guys who dominate football games, who get after people, who can dominate matchups week in and week out. So that's what I got to try to go get on my offensive line.
So if you brought in Teron Armstead in free agency and the draft didn't fall your way, who would be Olin Kreutz's best 5?
Well,
who's
there?
Teron Armstead is the guy that is your guy that you brought in free agency.
Is Daniels? He's asking, is Daniels there?
Yeah, and you re-signed James Daniels. So what would I guess I'm asking position wise, what would be Olin's best 5?
Well, I'm in the mix. Then is obviously Armstead, Cody Whitehair, James Daniels, Sam Mustipher, Larry Borum, and Tevin Jenkins. Right, and that's I like that. I like that mix of guys there. Right, and here's the thing about James Daniels. I got to see him and Borum at right guard. I got to see if Borum and Tevin Jenkins. Because if I got Teron Armstead, I got to give him all that money. He's my starting left tackle, so that's done. Right, and then there's Cody Whitehair, there's Sam Mustipher, there's James Daniels, there's Larry Borum, and there's Tevin Jenkins. And to answer that question without knowing all of what, like they moved James Daniels out of that center spot because they said he couldn't make the calls, right? And they moved Cody Whitehair to left guard because they said that Cody had trouble making the calls. They moved Sam in there. Is James better than Sam at center? Is Sam better than James? Is James better than Cody at left guard? Is Borum better than James at right guard? Those questions I couldn't answer for you. But
you would figure that out
will get answered
on the field.
Yeah, those are the questions that when I put them all in pads.
Exactly.
Look, they have to figure that out themselves. And the best man's going to win the job.
If Daniels can't make the call, Olin, is that more of an indictment on the offensive line coach and the coaching staff, or is it more on the player?
Well, remember now, that was when Mitch Trubisky was the quarterback, right? So I don't know about that dynamic. I don't know about if Mitch could direct things. I don't know what Justin Fields is like in the huddle at the line of scrimmage. So that's a totally different aspect of it. But the center in some offenses, if you don't have a Drew Brees, a Tom Brady, you have to be the general out there. You have to make a lot of calls. You have to be loud. You have to be studying your book. You have to know the fronts. You have to know the blitzes. You have to know what's coming at you. If you don't, it's a hard day for everybody in the offensive line because now everybody's moving in the wrong direction. So it's just such a hard question to answer. But I think the Bears' answer is get as many guys in that building who can play football. And then let's see who wins.
And possibly draft more offensive linemen up top where Ryan Pace, let's just keep that 100, failed.
Well, you got to win in the trenches, right? You got to win in the trenches. And
7
Ryan
years
Pace told you that his offensive line was broken, and then went out and signed a defensive end for $70 million, right? So we all know. Listen, that's just and then they'll keep talking about they don't know why their offensive line is broken. And I'm thinking I got a few guesses, right? I got a few guesses on what's going on in the offensive line, but I will say this, man, that Tevin Jenkins, when he was in there. His first game was a little rough, his hands, but he's got them better. He's a big man. I like what I saw from Larry Borum when he was out there. I get worried about the fact that Tevin Jenkins goes out with an injury. Borum misses some time. I worry about you got to show that you can play 16 games. But to be honest, man, look, I think it was my second year starting. I had 2 MCLs. I was out for 8 or 9 games. I tell everybody the story that I remember Tom Thayer saying that the Bears need to re-sign Casey Wigman because you don't know if Olin Kreutz can stay healthy.
Mhm.
And that's a fair assessment. It really was at the time. It was a fair assessment. And he's right until I prove him wrong. So I hope these guys can come out there and prove us wrong. Yeah.
You remember, and it motivated you?
Oh, for sure. You want to prove to people that you can stay
Wow.
healthy, that you can
That's
play. It's
what
not
I'm
a motivation like I hate Tom Thayer, I'm mad at him.
No,
It's more of
exactly.
a motivation like I'll show you. Like, okay, I'm gonna train hard. I'm gonna get healthy. I'm gonna play football. And then I think I went on a 9-year run that I didn't miss.
And you had a
game in 9
C.
years.
Yeah,
You had a
yeah.
C on your shirt.
Was that every other week? Was that the odd weeks, or did they kind of let that? Sorry, I couldn't.
Olin, we have to ask you that.
I had a C, but underneath it said only with a grain of salt.
Yeah. The No Name podcast has to get the
No,
grain of salt
I'm gonna tell
t-shirts, right?
J-Mac I want to change our podcast to grain of salt.
Oh,
dude.
The grain of salt
Or the $15 an hour podcast. Either way, it works out completely.
Olin, we owe you $15.50.
$15.50 at least.
Coming on the show.
I think at least I tell everybody this that trains at my gym. I said an Egg McMuffin and an orange juice is what you owe me if you ever make it. So you guys can give me an Egg McMuffin and orange juice one day. I'll take it from McDonald's.
Olin, before we let you go, real quick, after everything unfolded and George said that, was your phone just nonstop going off from former teammates?
It was going off from former teammates and things like that. But look, I mean, I'll tell you guys my exact response to all of them. I was not. I told them I'm not. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It really doesn't surprise me that it was handled that way. And I just, like, I don't have this feeling of hate them or hate George or hate Ted. I really don't, because I'm not shocked that he said that about me. I really ain't. But I do have a feeling of I'm not going to let him just say that and not defend the fact that, look, I've known for a lot of things that I don't argue about. I have a lot of shortcomings, but bullshitting is not one of them, right? Bullshitting people is not one of them. I take a lot of pride in the things I say. I take pride in them being true. And I study film, when I analyze work, when I tell stories, they did happen most of the time. And they're my side of the story, but they're not completely fabricated, right?
Yep.
And the fact that he didn't just say that story was wrong. He said that, everything this guy says.
Everything.
That was like, and I wouldn't even say like, for someone to make you mad, you got to actually care about what they think about you. I can't say I really care what George thinks about me. So, but I am going to defend the fact that you said about me. Well, now I do have to say something about you.
It's fair. Couldn't say it any better. He's always gracious with his time, and he comes on our show. I got emotional because it really did bother me, probably more than him, when George did that, because I knew Olin's not a guy that's going to fabricate and manipulate
I think Olin
a story.
said it perfect today, Phil. Like, Olin, I really respected what you said today. It's when I think of the Chicago Bears, I don't think of the McCaskies. I don't think of Ted Phillips. I think of the
to
fans.
be honest, I told a few of my former teammates that who called me, and they were like, screw the Bears, and I said, don't say that, man.
Yeah,
it's not true. It's not true. They're like, we love the Bears. We want the Bears to win.
Yeah.
Like I said, love playing football for the Bears. Every player should want to play football in this city, right? Every football player should want to be here playing football. Every coach should want to coach in Chicago, play for the Chicago Bears. Obviously, the ownership, you got to overcome it, man. It's just a part of it. It's a part of playing for the Bears. But that's why so many people hang around in this city. Former players, me being from Honolulu, Hawaii, here I am in Illinois. My two boys play football. They're going to be playing football at the University of Illinois soon.
Congratulations on that.
We love the city, love the state, and love the Chicago Bears. So I won't let them they won't affect my feeling towards the team I played 13 years for.
That's right.
Well, I sent you some swag, but now I got to send you another one, and on the back is going to be a special statement with a
salt
grain
shaker.
Big old
of
salt shaker with number 57 on it, right?
That's exactly what's coming your way.
There
And the
it
next
is.
time you come on this show, you better be rocking that.
For sure.
Listen, I love you, man. Thank you so
Thank you.
much, man. You're the class of what you should be in that organization, in my opinion. But to come on here and express your truth and keep it 100, as well as still be loyal to this city and this football team and hope for the best. That just says everything about your character and everything about what we fans saw the McCaskies and Ted Phillips do. So thank you for coming on tonight. True class act. Can't wait to debate with you again with some tape next time.
Yeah, I love the tape, man. You know me.
I know. We're gonna get my father's like, talk to him and get him on because I want to talk to him about this center.
I would love it. And I tell your dad I said this now. I'm going to pull tape of Sam making calls, picking up blitzes, changing protection schemes.
I swear,
sliding
I
lines
was
the
so proud
other
of
way.
Sam against the Vikings and the Giant. I thought he played his best ball. Right. And that says a lot about him. So,
and there's no doubt also that there's a lot he has to improve on, as most guys who start their first 17 games in a row, right? And he knows it, and we'll talk about it. And like you guys know, out of respect for him, I don't say his shortcomings a lot, but he doesn't get bullshitted in my gym. Now he gets the real deal. He gets what he needs to work on. He'll tell you that. There's not a lot of bullshitting goes on in my gym. We shoot it straight there. Out of respect for him, I don't say a lot about it, but he knows. He knows it, and
all
we know
fire,
we
no
both
salt.
know. He has to. We all have to improve, man.
Go give me one of these real quick.
There it is. That's awesome.
Listen, he is former Chicago Bear center, the captain, future Hall of Famer, Olin Kreutz. Thank you so much for your time and for keeping it 100 tonight on the Tape Never Lies Network. I love you, man. I
Appreciate it, guys, man. Always a great show. Love it.
Thanks,
Olin. Right, Olin Kreutz. Look at this guy.
So
if you don't like that guy, I don't know. I mean, that was probably one of the best interviews in a long, long time, getting that truth, the salts in the wounds, the salts in the wounds.
That's all you want. And that's all, Phil, when we started this whole fucking thing, and I know we have our detractors and people that are jealous of what we do or just plain old don't like us. And
right.
Olin Kreutz is the reason. People like that are the reason that we put the time and effort into this network. Right there.
Exactly.
Right there. He's no nonsense, no bullshit. And he may say stuff that pisses you off. And that's how you improve.
That's exactly
Sometimes you say things that you shouldn't say. Maybe you're not saying it at the right time. It doesn't matter. It's at the end of the day, like he just told you, he had players, teammates say, fuck the Bears. Don't say that.
What did he do? Exactly. He ain't lying. He ain't lying. He sent me a private text, and it's exactly like that. The guy is as true. Listen, I'll go to fucking war for Olin, and I know I'm right. Imagine Olin in that. Do you come away now even more thinking Phil's right, Shayne? Like Olin as the football czar goes in there and said, "Come on, buddy, let's go watch Justin on this tape." He's gonna go the extra mile.
To me, it's not even about the fucking title, Phil. It's even just having him in the building, because you listen. If he drove up to, that's why I brought that up to him, and I do think it's important. And I'm not going to step on Olin's toes and stuff like that, but I am that guy, and I've had
done it to me.
I've had shitty things happen in my life. I've been through shit with you. I've made phone calls with you that I didn't want to
me
fucking make.
onto the carpet, and
exactly.
If a real friend, real friend to the end, we're lucky if we got one. I'm probably the luckiest man in the world because, as my wife points it out, I got her, I got Shayne, and she can go down the list of real true Jim Larison, real true friends that give a shit.
Yeah, fuck.
That's what
Claude.
Olin is. He calls out. Shayne will tell me something maybe I don't want to hear, but at the end of the day, that is the difference between being a friend, and that's what the problem is with the Bears.
Exactly, and that is precisely what I'm fucking talking about, Phil. If you're not gonna assume your mistakes, I mean, every one of us has our fucking flaws. Everybody does. And that's why I've said that's why I have Hila in my life, because she's no fucking nonsense and she will tell you right to your fucking face sometimes. Like I've had that George McCaskey look on my face, like holy fuck. But then you think about it and you're like, yeah, she's 100% right. I just didn't want to hear it at that moment. But I mean, with Olin, he talked about Nick Saban and guys like that coming in and commanding a fucking presence. If Olin pulled up to Halas Hall tomorrow, and I honestly feel this way, and he knocked on the door, tried to swipe the card, get in, whatever, and went in there and said, hey, enough is enough. Maybe I should have handled things differently. I think you should have handled things differently. I think open dialogue, Phil, in the long run in this situation, and Olin wasn't 100% against it, and he kind of agreed with me a little bit, and he said, maybe that is. I honestly feel like that could be the kicking off point that could make big changes in Halas Hall.
I slightly disagree, but only in the sense of George is not answering that. George, I don't think is at all.
But has he ever been called out on it, Cars? Like, I'm here because my mommy says I'm doing a good job. That's been his entire fucking existence, his entire life. Has he ever been held accountable to his fucking face? That's what
would he allow himself to be, though?
Probably not. Probably not.
Because that's right the biggest. That's the biggest takeaway from all of this. Is they literally said, like, "Are you going to make this change?" I don't think if footballs works for us was the phrase, right? Like, I don't think changes to the organization works for us. And I say,
have you tried it?
That's what
I would ask. That's what I would ask.
Well, and the question really has to be, listen, there's 52 Super Bowls. 52. You've won one. You've been to two. That doesn't work. That's it.
You're 100% right, but I think in what Shayne is
just to
saying,
be the better person, even if you get rebuffed, you know what I mean?
Olin is already the better person.
You got to shoot your fucking shot. If the hot chick is up at the fucking bar and you've been looking at her for 2 years, unless you fucking walk up to it or to her and shoot your shot, you're never going to know. And you're going to live with that fucking regret. And like Phil said, Olin can be the better guy and do it. If you get rebuffed, you get rebuffed. But I
think you're right. But my point is he would get rebuffed. I don't get the sense that George is in the building every day. I don't get the sense that he's used to these things. You could call and schedule ahead with him, find out a day that you know, like, hey, every Wednesday he's here, and you can show up. And George strikes me as the type of guy that's sneaking out the back door because he doesn't want the confrontation. I think George knows what he said was wrong, but just like Michael, some of you guys might be too young to remember Michael McCaskey led press conferences. That guy, you could have a picture of him in the act of doing something, and Michael McCaskey would be like, "No, man, I don't know what you see. That wasn't me. That's incorrect." Like none of these people have ever taken accountability.
The Lucky Sperm Club exists in Chicago with the McCaskey. Let's just call it what it is. To be a man is to hear your wrongs from somebody that cares about you. If Olin didn't care, he wouldn't have come on this show and been as outstanding as he was. If
he wouldn't
Olin
have verified his sources and the story before he came out with it.
Those fucking blog boys taking shots at Olin, all of you TTNL people need to stand behind Olin. Like, fuck these. They're a huge part of the McCaskey bullshit. They are. It's misinformation after misinformation. Here's the story. Olin Kreutz is the only one on your television sets, because not everybody's watching TTNL, because I would say we do it at this level. But he's the only one calling out the scheme, the leadership, the direction, the where they're going, the messages that are being sent. Ryan Pace McCaskey's, he's the only one doing it that's on television. And David Kaplan, our other buddy, but he has that tie into them. David's just a media guy. So when the McCaskeys are threatened by one of their own, it becomes a scary moment where we're going to throw salt on him. If there's Jarrett Payton, who the McCaskeys adore and love, does he go out there and say, this is what's fucking wrong with the Bears? It's the mismess. No, he doesn't do that. So Olin does what we do here by calling the truth out. And when you have a conflict of messages, which we saw, do I got to play Ted Phillips again? If you go into an organization and you hired somebody and they failed in the most important thing in football, it ain't getting the draft right. It ain't fucking getting the right coach. It's wins. That's it. Did you hear anything about let's win? That's all we want here. We're going to do everything
but win, right, Phil?
Exactly. So that's my point, is that in this press conference, we didn't hear one thing about winning. It's the reality of my fear. Because I have to take credit, because nobody else except Shayne and TTNL people and fans will point it out. They're writing their stories, stealing shit from us. But to me, this is the problem 99%, right?
The hiring of Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, I don't regret that.
Lies, lies, and more lies, and lies on top of lies.
As an organization, we had conviction on this quarterback and his special attributes.
They both brought a lot to the Bears. Ultimately, on the field, the results weren't where we wanted it to, but
Never take cough syrup and mix it up with iodine and lie.
I think they've checked a lot of the boxes.
Fail, suck, useless, blech, and just.
You can't ask for better leaders. You can't ask for better forward thinkers.
Fantastic. Brilliant.
You can't ask for people that gave their all, had great work ethic, were humble. And we're going to look for a lot of those same qualities. And hopefully with Bill's vast expertise.
Concept-wise, his run game doesn't match with his pass game.
In the technicalities of coaching strategy and valuation processes, that's going to add a nice added benefit to our search and going to help us find the right people.
Yeah, that's a problem, Cars.
Sorry, the biggest problem with that is, and I'm sure you guys got the sense, they did not want to fire these two.
No, they didn't.
Right.
Regardless of the record today.
That's what I'm saying.
They had no interest in doing this. This is why they took a shot at the fans. This is why they shit on the fans. They shit on Olin. They shit on the people in that press room by buttering them up with Jeff Dickerson and used his kid as a prop.
Oh my God. It was a disgrace beyond anything, Cars.
To do that. It was, we are only in here because it just became too much. Like they were going to be a laughing stock had they not. I am utterly convinced that they were ready to let Matt Nagy go, but if Bill Pollian was not in that room, Ryan Pace would still be here.
I agree.
And again, if we go back to that point, why was Ryan Pace chosen? Why was he chosen over Ballard and the other people? Because he was willing to take the status quo and work within all of that, because they don't think that the way that they're structured is wrong. The record is bad. We don't win, but I'm unwilling to change everything else. If you're willing to work under these constraints, we will hire you. And if you're a super nice guy and you bring in, I'll use Olin's. You bring me an Egg McMuffin and an orange juice every day. You've got a job here for as long as you want. Fuck the record. Fuck championships. If you are a nice dude, stay.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
And that's the other part. I'm just a fan, but the decision is yours. I am not a football evaluator, but the choice is mine. Ted Phillips can't deal with more than just working on a stadium. So that's the only reason Ted Phillips isn't going to be in the reporting chain, because a stadium that they don't own land for yet, that hasn't even begun to be dug or built or designed, that's going to take his time.
And do you trust him? I mean, he was
involved in
the last one, right?
Implicitly, I trust.
It's going to be 30,000 seats somehow and no parking.
Oh God, no! They won't mess that up. They can't.
It's mind blowing when you look at everything that happened in that press conference, and that he keeps saying we haven't won enough, we haven't won enough, we haven't won enough. Hey, why is Ted Phillips in the room? I trust Ted's decision making and his counsel.
Implicitly was the term.
Implicitly. You have the worst stadium deal. You've had horrible coaches, and he has a voice because you trust him. And let's be real. The reason he trusts him is because probably Ted goes, I don't know. What do you think? I like that idea too.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
And these are the people running our beloved organization.
Trusted your ex-wife at one point, right? You know what I mean? That's not just you specifically, but everybody. I just,
listen, we're going to get right back into it. But let me tell you, Keeping It 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network is brought to you by BetUS.
And Brian Flores is plus 150 to be the Chicago Bears' next head coach.
Plus 150, Ryan Flores. Life is back on, sports bettors, you TTNL heads, and BetUS has you, your NBA, NHL, NFL playoffs, UFC, PGA. Yes, all of it. Lines are up for their 27th year and live betting on all of those sports. Everything. Log in to betus.com or call the number 1-800-792-3887. That's 1-800-79-BET-US. BetUS for 125% bonus with the promo code ShyCity125. Customer service pros are ready to get your phone, social, and online sports betting kickoff started now. Play with the proven mainstay in the industry, BetUS. You bet, you win, you get paid. It's betus.com. There you go. BetUS, ShyCity125. Speaking of 150, plus 150 Flores. Shayne, that story was sent out. We touched upon it with Olin here. I came away from that story wanting Flores even more. And that is a weird thing. Go ahead, Cars.
That was the Bears blog slander, right? Like
exactly.
That is GM Greer's best friend covering for him. I'm kind of convinced that Hughes is close to Ted or someone near him.
Oh, he's
George.
one. We got
George.
we figured it out, Shayne and I.
Yeah.
And so like that. You're absolutely right. He looked at it and went, this organization sucks. I got to do this all myself. Absolutely. Like, I was not really all that in on Flores. Now I am. Absolutely.
I came away like, this is the guy that the Chicago Bears need. Someone with a backbone that's going to say, this is how we're doing it. This is not what we're doing. We all know that Matt Nagy was a shoe salesman. He wasn't prepared to be an NFL head coach on every level. And
Ryan Pace was not prepared to be a GM. And Phil Emery was not prepared to be a GM.
Exactly.
And even Angelo really wasn't ready to be a general manager. He really wasn't. Like
these bean counting,
what?
Collaborating bullshitters are running the Bears, and all we have in hope is Bill Pollian. Now, I don't know Tanesha. I don't know her. She could be smart as a whip. She could be everything, but she was an event planner 4 months ago. Soup Campbell was promoted 4 months ago. Both of them. So it seems like they've been planning this thing, right?
I mean, we all know the elephant in the room of really why they're involved. Hey, we're diverse and we're looking at it, right? Like, which is fine. Like, they should definitely be part of. But as a football organization, why isn't an Olin Kreutz or someone like him part of this interview process that knows when success was, that knows what good looks like?
Jerry Azuma offered.
Lance
Briggs.
Pat Manley did.
Like, there's Pat Manley. There's all these resources. I think I went on multiple rants lately, so you have to forgive me. But like, the Bears have won more than 10 games in back-to-back seasons once since Ditka left. And that is the one team, the Lovie Smith era team, that it seems that the McCaskies can't stand, that they don't want to listen to, hear from, anything. Those are the people that should be there. That was a winning culture for all of Lovey's problems with offense and all of that. They were what, like 88 and 70 or something ridiculous like that during his time? And you're not going to pull any of those people. You're going to rely simply on Bill Pollian to ask literally every football question and Ted to be like, so what kind of foods do you like to eat? Right? Like, what is he going to add to this conversation? You need as many football people to come back and be a part of this. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing because do they even know the right questions to ask? So Olin started out his mini rant with, I would take him into the film room.
Yes.
And obviously Justin Fields. Like, to ignore the Justin Fields and take the high road when they were pressed and doubled that. I think the next guy doubled
hypotheticals.
Yeah, we don't. Well, that's an if. And an if is a hypothetical. We're getting into
Imagine how many
semantics because
hypothetical
you decided.
questions you have.
Exactly.
You would have
You
to add
have to.
a head coach
Is
or
this
GM
guy
candidate.
going
It's
to be
all
able
about
to do it?
hypotheticals.
That's a
If
hypothetical.
If this happens, what are you going to do?
If we
2
get the
minutes left
tackle.
in the fourth quarter,
right?
I have to have 6 different plays because if this one breaks, then it changes. If it doesn't break, then I've got to do something to push the ball forward. Everything. Analytics is such a bigger part of this right now, and it comes down to coaching too. You have to know, like a good receiver and a good offense, you've got a route tree, right? Everything, you've got 2 or 3 different options on a route. That's an if. If a defensive back does this, you have to do this. That is football. That is football operations.
Their whole fucking operations a fucking what if.
Here's the
What if we win once?
What if we win? What if we get the new stadium? We haven't gotten the
Here's your
land.
hypothetical. You're watching tape late one night, and you walk downstairs, and Ted's banging another secretary. How do you handle that? Are you going to text Adam Johns so it becomes public knowledge? You're going to help cover that up. But
Ted Phillips tells you can't trade up for LaDainian Tomlinson, and then later on tells you can't trade up for Deuce McAllister. What are you doing?
Can you imagine?
Exactly.
Had a deal all set, nixed it.
This guy.
I don't know if you guys heard, by the way.
The Bears.
I don't know if you guys heard on Hogan Johns. They even said that when Dave Taub interviewed, Dave Taub interviewed. He said he wanted to get rid of Jay Cutler, and that as well is why he wasn't considered for the position.
Yeah, because
so it wasn't just Ballard. That's
why they said in those questions, because of the Ballard stuff, if a coach or potential GM doesn't like Justin Fields, are they automatically removed because of that history that they have?
But it's total. Listen, Jay Cutler was who Jay Cutler was at that point.
Right.
So you're talking.
I agree.
Justin Fields has had what 7-8 games at this point. If you
nobody
come in
hypothetically,
if you come in honestly, if I'm on that crew and you're dismissing this kid from Jump Street, I I have a lot of issues with that.
Absolutely.
I do too. I'm just saying, historically, whatever they have, you better like, or else we don't like you. It's that I'm going to take my ball and go home. Little blog boy. They got a bunch of blog boys running the fucking Bears. You're lucky you got Bill, Pollian coming in there to help this situation.
But this is the problem, though, right there, Phil. And Olin brought this up, but it kind of got glossed over during the interview. And it wasn't really anybody's fault because the information was just flying. Bill Pollian is the football guy right now.
Exactly.
Right now is the key part in there. It's not football guy. It's right now. So what happens in August when there's a massive
the
problem?
GM is the only football guy.
Exactly. Then you're going to go to this mouth-breathing idiot that can't even shave his mustache straight for answers. And he already told you that he felt uncomfortable when Matt Nagy approached him about the quarterback.
That's not me.
I'm
the grandson of the guy who fucking invented football in the professional sports world. But
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
Shit.
That eliminates still. Do not get it twisted. If the new general manager comes up in draft time and wants to make a move, I'm throwing out hypotheticals, right? But like it could be, I'm gonna go get some big name guy. I'm gonna move Khalil Mack for Michael Thomas and the New Orleans Saints, right? Ted Phillips is still going to sign off and have to sign off on that deal.
Yep.
He even said in the presser that he's going to be working on the contracts for the coach and the new GM. See,
so he's
always involved.
But
always.
Even so, when right now they are deferring to Bill Pollian because they are in the public eye. The second Bill Pollian is gone, the structure kind of goes back, and some of the same issues go back to the way it is.
Bro, that's why him standing there, him being George, saying we don't need a football czar, is the most arrogant, stupid, egotistical, maniacal bullshit blog boy thing I've ever witnessed. It's
Ramsey,
the key in the whole thing.
Right. Ramsey, it's a great question because there is a massive difference, but it depends on the organizational structure. So in Chicago, it's the general manager, and then you have a fucking accountant, and then you have a fan as an owner.
Yep.
So it's all about accountability. So if you're Ryan Pace, now let's back it up. It's the 2017 NFL draft. So Ryan Pace is essentially the GM and the football czar.
Yes.
So he's all in on Mitch, all in.
Won't even talk to his head coach.
Right. Doesn't even inform his head coach about it.
Preach it.
If you have a guy with football acumen up above Ryan Pace, at some point, if you're doing your fucking job, you let Ryan Pace do what he's doing. You don't even have to disrespect him in front of people. But you're going to go down there, you're going to grab yourself a cup of coffee, you're going to walk into Ryan's office, you're going to close the door, and you're going to sit down and say, hey, Ryan, you're all in on Trubisky. That's your guy. I understand it, but I just caught wind that you're talking to San Francisco and to Cleveland about potentially moving up. Are you really telling me that you have so much of a widespread difference in grading between Trubisky, Watson, and Mahomes? I mean, just that's the fucking...
Take it a step further, though.
Yeah.
That person is going to be the one that makes sure that Ryan Pace doesn't go run off into a vacuum and make that Mitch decision. That person is going to sit down and be like, what does our head coach think about that player? And if Ryan Pace then goes, well, John Fox actually really doesn't like Mitch. He wants Deshaun Watson. Right. Okay, let's get back into a room and really look back at to why the football side wants that. Let's have those conversations before we even get to the trade. Like, you want to narrow down on a guy, let's make sure all voices are being heard. Ryan Pace's singular issue seems to be, this is the guy I want. I'm going to move up with conviction. And every single person other than Fields that he moved up for with conviction, by and large, was a failure.
Red Hat, Ryan
Big
Pace
failure.
had true full GM powers.
Yes,
big
he
time.
did. This is, some people
Think about
are-
the expansion at Halas Hall.
That was him.
Listen, and this is where the Bears ownership group gets a bad rap, because you're saying that they're not involved in football. Ted Phillips had to sign off on the Khalil Mack deal. Trade the 2 first-rounders. Yeah, and then on top of it, I'm going to give him the biggest contract in the history of the league for a defender. They signed off on all of that. They've spent plenty of fucking money. It just hasn't been spent wisely. But Ryan Pace had all the fucking juice in the world here in Chicago.
Listen, and I want to address some things in the chat, because some organizations are structured like this, with the GM and an owner, and then a head of college scouting, head of pro personnel, scouts on down. The issue with the Chicago Bears, and why some of these blog boys and maybe some of you in the chat are like, well, other teams are structured like this. Cars just told you, for 30-something years, the structure of the Bears has not worked. They have not worked. So the incompetence of a fan, a GM reporting to a fan, we might as well get Diddy in there. He report to this guy, Joe Schmo, whoever, just a fan. I don't care. How is that going to be able to be successful? It hasn't. So that's why it was important that you get someone that isn't the yes man, that isn't the voice, that was only his focus or her focus. His focus is all about football operations. He would be the overseer, the leader of watching the GM and helping that GM out in situations that belong in football, and would make a priority on winning, not come out here reprimand kids for yelling at a coach, praising and buttering up using the loss of JD, and all of the minutia and disgrace that was that presser, that was worse, Cars, than collaboration. And you never thought it could be. Never thought it could be.
Make no mistake, that wasn't just like a little bit worse. That is, I'm making a round trip to Jupiter level amount worse of just how bad that is. No, and Phil, you're right. Like, everybody is structured differently, but let's use kind of the gold standard right now in the way that the Pittsburgh Steelers have been orchestrated. They don't have technically a true president of football operations. But what they have done is they broke up these two roles basically, and Colbert is the GM and Khan is the vice president of football, right? Where Colbert has the end-all choice basically of who's picked and why he's picked and trades and stuff. Khan is the one that's in between that, making sure that the business side of that ties into the financial side of that.
This contract.
And it fits that contract.
Right.
And he's got football acumen to tie it back. Now, that's a team that's drafted extremely well. They've done that. And the family of the Steelers recognizes, yes, one of their kids is part of the whole operations group. But he's not in charge. Khan has more say because by the time that he and Colbert go up together, they have a united front. They can explain both sides of everything that happens, and that's why it works. That is a structure. I don't necessarily, to a degree, they're right? We don't need a football czar, but you have to change the structure. Someone mentioned Cincinnati, right, like as a joke, but when Marvin Lewis came in, they gave Marvin Lewis the option. And he took the smallest scouting department by far in the league, tripled it in size, took in more voices, did all of this. It's embarrassing to say that Cincinnati won 10 games in a season 4 years in a row because of that change. Those changes have positive impacts when you allow them to happen. For us, it's like I just keep walking into the wall. Maybe someday someone's going to tear down this wall, but I'm going to still keep walking this same fucking direction every day. And maybe something will be different because I just like walking that way. It works for me. It just works for me.
So put that comment back up, Phil. It doesn't matter the title. Ted has the fucking juice.
Ted
he's a McCaskey.
Right.
He is one of her children at this point.
If Ryan Pace worked out the Khalil Mack deal and went to Ted Phillips and Ted said no, that deal's not happening. So that is a massive football decision. That's not just president and CEO of finance and all of that shit. He has his fingers. Olin said today on his, or actually it was recorded yesterday on the No Name podcast. Guys, he was there every day. Ted Phillips runs the entire building from top to bottom. Olin Kreutz words, not mine. Olin's. He's there every day and he runs everything.
This is the guy that screwed around with the secretary, still kept his job, cheated on his wife. True story. Twice. This is a guy. This is a guy that has caused every one of us fans emotional distress because he's the president and CEO. His new title, or whatever they're trying to push, is not answered. The GM is finally answering to me, the owner, the chairman. How they title people is like a goddamn movie. You could give anybody a fucking title. The problem, there's no football guy to babysit the bullshit.
Well, and this is part of the reason, and I'm not, this is going to sound like I'm trashing the Bears, but this is part of the allure of why the Bears gig is so coveted. Whoever becomes in here as the fucking GM, essentially, as long as you're not fucking, if the money will work, you essentially are going to be the fucking guy.
Again, you want this job because
Ryan Pace was the guy too.
Right.
They nearly cried. They nearly cried firing him. They nearly cried firing.
They nearly cried, like you said, with Dick Duran.
Yes.
This family doesn't get the end all be all in that whole thing for me. And we can watch some of this stuff. Is Ted Phillips doubling down, praising, as Shayne said, the two men that fucked this franchise up and has lost and losing record. And we all could cherry pick good things. But the end of the day, it's winning. They don't mention winning in the whole thing. In fact, I don't regret hiring. I don't regret hiring Matt Nagy. What? Are you fucking dumb, Millhouse? Because that is the dumbest fucking thing you could ever say. Yes, I have my regrets. I regret that it didn't work out. I bet on Matt collaborating last year to improve, and he didn't. So, of course, I have regrets. For you to lie.
Forward thinking, Phil. But yet
they were great leaders.
But yet we have one of until like week 12, we had the most anemic passing attack in the last decade plus. But they're forward thinkers. You
can't be friends first. You have to be business partners first. Because at the bottom line, business is wins and losses. This isn't fucking fantasy football. We can't pick up and try to play again next year. This is football. And the most important thing out of all of this is going to be, well, now it's twofold. It's fucking GM and coach. How do they do it? Because right now, it's like my father said, there are a bunch of pussies out there. This organization, you cannot sell me how great this locker room is. We called that shit out well before anybody.
Right.
Fucking lie. Of course they like him. He doesn't fucking hold anybody accountable. Eddie Jackson's out there saying anybody could tackle. Doesn't matter. Then proceeds to go out there and miss tackle after tackle after tackle. No accountability. But
You don't get paid for making tackles.
You're gonna bench fucking players that are actually performing. It's the same thing.
Cars, here's your graphic.
This, guys, I want you to look long and hard about it. The structure that as it is, this is what every first round pick since I've been born has been. This is every first round pick. Now you can look, and once you start getting past the 90s, past the Mark Carriers, how many of those guys had multi-year impacts for this franchise? How many of these guys were game changers? How many of these guys, like, it's a bit overblown. We've had one guy in my lifetime that's drafted as a surefire Hall of Fame first ballot. Now, I think Devin Hester should be, but I don't know necessarily that he has. That the league will view him that way. Urlacher. But look at those names.
So I can read them.
It's brutal.
Walt Harris
was great.
Curtis Enos followed up with Cade McNown, then Brian Urlacher.
But look at 2000. Yeah. Look at David Terrell to Colombo to Grossman
and Haynes.
Well,
Tommy
Cars,
Harris.
to your point, if you look at 2001, this is where the tentacles. This is where the tentacles of Ted Phillips come into play.
Yes.
Mark Hatley, this was his last draft, and he unfortunately passed away. And then that's when the Bears pivoted and brought in Jerry Angelo after this draft.
Yes.
So 2001, the Bears drafted David Terrell, number 8 overall. And initially leading up to that draft, there was a lot of talk that Terrell was actually going to go much higher. Mark Hatley on draft day had a deal worked out to move up to acquire LaDainian Tomlinson, who went to the San Diego Chargers. Ted Phillips nixed the deal over money from moving to from number 8 to where did LT go? Fifth, 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So the bonus money was significant because you were getting up into the top 5. So Ted Phillips nixed the deal. So now you're going from LaDainian Tomlinson, you get David Terrell. Okay, so now they got their wide receiver in the first round. They wanted a running back. So now it's not on this list. Now they get to round 2. You remember that year they went back to Michigan again. They took Anthony Thomas. Mark Hatley had another deal worked out to move from their second round pick. I believe it was like 35 or wherever it was around there that year. He had a deal worked out to move up to the back end of the first round to draft who? Running back Deuce McAllister. Ted Phillips didn't want the team to pay to have a second first round pick. He nixed the deal over finances. So in that draft alone, you lost out on LaDainian Tomlinson, a Hall of Fame running back, and Deuce McAllister. I mean, he had
a much better loop.
Oh my God.
Well,
better than
if you go back on Cars' list, despite all of that, it just shows Ted and George and Michael, all of them needing to get the right person picking things. Players. Let me read it. Al Harris, Dan Hampton, Otis Wilson, Keith Van Horn, Jim McMahon, Willie Galt, Jimbo Covert, Wilbur Marshall, William the Refrigerator Perry, Neil Anderson, Jim Harbaugh, Wendell Davis, Brad Mustard, Trace Armstrong, Donnell Wolford, and Mark Carrier. Do you remember those names?
Yes, absolutely. If you put that back up there, you see that we didn't have a pick in 1997. That was because the Chicago Bears and Dave Wanstead traded
Rick Meyer.
The 11th.
We needed a tight end, Cars.
They traded that pick to the Seattle Seahawks for Rick Meyer.
Which became Walter Jones.
Yep. They ended up, the Bears,
But we were gonna
had they
take Tony
stayed there,
Gonzalez.
were going to take Tony Gonzalez. And I forget the guy's
got
name
John Allred.
that was in Seattle, Randy something. I don't know, maybe Cars, you can look that up. He was working in Seattle that draft.
Oh, he was like, I can't believe.
He took the call from Wanstead, and he knew that the Bears were going to be interested in
Dennis
Meyer.
Erickson was the head coach, right?
Yeah, it was Randy something. He ended up working for the Saints too, I believe. Mueller?
I'm looking.
Randy Mueller, I think his name is.
That's right. Yep.
So he had
oh my God.
He took the fucking phone call from Dave Wanstead expecting to get a second or a third round pick. Randy said to Dave, "What is your best offer if we could make this deal right now? Give me your top offer." Dave Wanstead offered them the 11th pick in the draft. Randy Mueller, and this is all documented, literally said, "Just a second, Dave, let me run this by somebody." He put the fucking phone on hold, and he said, "I damn near passed out. I could not believe that this was happening." But that's what inept leadership gets you. It gets you Rick Meyer. And he never even threw a single touchdown pass in Chicago. Not one.
And,
awful.
And the reason this is important is if you want longevity, if you want consistent winning seasons, you have to do well in the draft. You have to stockpile picks. You have to make these picks hit. Look at some of these top 10. Curtis Enos, David Terrell, like all these guys, Cedric Benson. You only get so many limited bites at the apple for these big picks, and you have to hit a fair amount, right? Like it's like baseball. If I go 1 for 3, it is a great day. The Bears went 1 for 10, right? Like that is consistently the portion. If you do not draft well, you now overpay in free agency for guys that aren't worth their value by and large, and you get into cap problems. So now you're spending bad money on top of bad draft picks. I love Robert Quinn, but you're spending that money because Leonard Floyd wasn't the guy that you wanted him to be and drafted in the top 10 to be. Kevin White. And then you have to go out and do Allen Robinson. And actually, to a lesser extent, it's Marcus Wheaton and that awful group of people.
$6 million guaranteed for Marcus Wheaton.
Every
Adam
time
Shaheen.
you shortcut this process,
Mitch Trubisky,
you fuck yourself. It's the bottom line. It is the one thing the Bears have never gotten. I'm not going to draft a quarterback, but I'm going to trade up for Rick Meyer, who is flat out garbage.
And think about this. Think about the logistics of this. And it's. I know the game has completely changed, but in 1998, I was probably the most emotional I ever was during an NFL draft. I wanted Randy Moss, and I didn't give a fuck about who was left in the draft.
Yes.
And so everybody's heard the story with Walter, Randy, all that stuff. So I won't rehash that. But so 1998, you draft Curtis Enos within the top 5. You can't get a contract worked out with him. So that's when they went out and they signed. Remember, they signed Bam Morris.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they went and did that. Well, Curtis Enos, a top 5 pick at running back, didn't start for the Bears. Okay, so now let's fast forward. 2004, Lovey comes in. The Bears have money. They're going to spend it in free agency. The Bears go out and they sign a running back in free agency in Thomas Jones. Thomas Jones didn't blow up in year 1, but you could see the promise. He was a young tailback that got drafted 2000, I believe, 7th overall. That was the Urlacher draft. Fell out of favor there, went to Tampa Bay after that. Showed promise, so that's why he made some money in free agency. So the Bears signed him 2004. His arrow was pointing way up. Fucking workhorse. You could see it in Thomas Jones. 2005 draft, yet again, the fucking Bears draft another running back. top 5 overall.
Cedric Benson.
So within a span of 7 years, the same NFL franchise drafted 2 running backs.
Could have drafted Aaron Rodgers
within the top 5. And guess what, guys? They couldn't sign Cedric either. And he didn't fucking start. They had to trade Thomas Jones.
What did they trade him for? Not even a second-round pick.
No,
the right to move up 39 picks.
In the 3rd round. That was a swap of 3rd round.
For the Jets, right?
Yes.
To the Jets.
So they didn't even get a pick for him. And to your point, he was the best of everybody they had. They traded him and a pick.
And Mike Brown were the ultimate leaders on that team.
It is mind-numbing.
These guys will tell you the best abilities is availability.
But I just can't.
Greg Olsen is the other example, right? Like, we finally have a tight end after we pass on Gonzalez and all of these people. We finally get one.
Oh my God!
And then we bring in Mike Martz, and we won't. Yes, for a guy who couldn't even a blocking tight end who couldn't block. It's a fascinating. We traded for a quarterback who couldn't throw the ball. We traded for a blocking tight end that couldn't block. I mean,
Brandon Maliuna.
That's his name.
Do you remember when they brought out that press conference? That was the same year.
Chester Taylor.
They signed Julius Peppers because don't forget. Let's not forget this one. While I'm sitting here taking you down memory lane and kicking you square in the balls, we're not going to forget about this one. Jerry Angelo and crew also sent a 2nd round pick to the Tampa Bay Bucks for 26-year-old Gaines Adams.
What?
7 games for us, maybe. I think maybe he had 1 sack or a sack and a half, and then he died in his sleep in his bed at 26 years old.
And it was a bad trade before that even. Like, it was kind of similar to the Meyer thing where people are like, you're going to give us a what for him?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Oh my God. So then they had to go out and pay.
And listen,
for Julius Peppers.
That's why they would not have signed Julius Peppers. They didn't. The reason, but this is where it all ties in, Phil. They traded for Cutler then. So they didn't have a 1st rounder. Then they doubled back. They traded for Gaines Adams. So they didn't have a 2nd rounder. And I believe in that draft, their 3rd rounder was their first pick. And it was fucking Jaron Gilbert, the pool jumper.
Out of the pool.
So that 3rd rounder, and then they ended up they had 2 3s. I believe it was Jaron Gilbert and Joaquin Iglesias. And neither one of Jaron Gilbert played 5 games for the Bears. Joaquin Iglesias played 1 special team snap for the Minnesota Vikings as a 3rd rounder. That was your boy, the Beast. Remember cbfans.net, Dan Bazine. 2nd rounder. Never fucking played a snap of NFL football in a regular season game. 2nd rounder.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
What the hell is going on?
That. And again, the reason we bring this all up is the structure that was in place to make these decisions is the same structure that is in place today. And is too good to be changed.
Too good.
But they'll let them make these moves. That's not the point. They're going to let them make the moves. There's just no accountability, and they'll make them accountable when it comes to some of the finances. But if it's a pure football move, they have no fucking clue. You think Ted Phillips knows how to attack a fucking cover 2 defense? He probably doesn't even know what the fuck a cover 2. I mean, cover 2. He's covering 2 secretaries. That's
Shayne,
it. It's not a fucking.
It's weird though, right? Because Dave Wannstedt is held accountable for Rick Meyer.
Yeah.
But Ted Phillips is not held accountable for LT or Deuce, right? Like I tie so much. I don't know how Chicago has gotten some of the worst ownership in every sports era whatsoever. But it literally is, if you can't ever, and this is to life, if you can't ever look at yourself and being like, everybody else is the problem, it's not me. I hate to break it to you, you're the fucking problem. Like everybody has their flaws. everybody has.
They are the
their
Michael
blinder.
Scott. Of
Yes.
Run organization.
Yes. Like if
They
you
think
if
they
you,
mean well. Meanwhile, they're offending everybody in the room. They never have a good plan. They're fucking renting a boat in the middle of winter to go on and have a.
it's
a
like
booze
I don't want
cruise.
to. It's like they're the group that says I don't want to offend anybody, but you're like you're about to offend every person in this room right now. I'm not racist, but and you're like I know exactly what's about to
It's
happen.
it's like the comments in YouTube tomorrow. Love your guys' show, but
that open.
That opens too long. You guys don't have to tell everybody you're right, or all
Oh,
that.
you should have never have Olin on. Why didn't you talk to him
That's-
about mustard?
That's just the frustration. It's
the head coaches and the general managers and the personnel guys. They've all changed. There's been one
Plenty of-
constant, one, and it's been fun. The ownership. I don't give a fuck. You could say, don't go to
Jerry
the games.
Jones
It's
is
not
not-
even logical. It's Ted Phillips has been there for it all. And you heard George say, well, we're a wins and losses based.
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck does that mean, George? But that's why I told Cars, you weren't on yet. I told Phil, that's why they were so heartbroken with Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace. Because as shitty as their win percentage was, it was infinitely better than George and Ted's. So they are like, look at these motherfuckers up on the mountaintop.
I mean,
we got it.
3 games over 500
Exactly.
is the second best winning percentage under him. Like literally 3 games over 500 is a beacon to this franchise right now that we're doing something right.
And I'm sorry, and Phil is correct, and Matt Nagy can sit and collect his guaranteed dollars by not doing anything this year, and that's fine. But if there was a huge belief in Matt Nagy throughout the NFL as the ultimate leader and head coach, and he just got shafted in Chicago, people would be lining up. Brian Flores just got fucking quit or just got fired. And he's got a fucking interview here on Friday. It says a lot. It's just like the shit, and I don't want to go down this fucking vortex, but I find myself doing it all the time. It's just like the shit with Mitch. Oh, he's gonna leave Chicago. He's going to the Bill Belichick's gonna know what to do with him. Kyle Shanahan's gonna know what to do with him. He's gonna go there and they're gonna win. Neither one of them Kyle Shanahan wanted to trade 3 fucking first-round draft picks for Trey Lance. Mitch Trubisky signed for $2.5 million. Bill
Carson
Belichick
Wentz got a first-round pick for the Philadelphia
Bill
Eagles.
Belichick drafted a kid in the first round when he could
Jones,
have had Mitch
baby.
for $2.5 million.
These guys will tell you the best abilities is availability.
It's mind numbing.
Matt Nagy was good, Shane. What are you talking about? He look at his win. Look at that. No, I'm sorry. We'll
Yeah,
take
and
our
that's
victory laps.
Right here, though. Say what you want about Lovey, but they fired him after 10-win season. They did, but
There
nothing.
was so much more.
There was what was your offense? The offense had never been fixed, and you talk about performance over politics. It wasn't so much the players; it was Ron Rivera. I'm not resigning you, Bullet Bob, my boy, Bullet Bob Babbage. He's coming in. It's so sad, man, and
we went through 5 or 6 offensive coordinators at that point. We could never get
Terry
that.
Shea. Terry Shea was the first offensive coordinator here, and I actually
Came from Kansas City.
This is how demented I am. Yeah, and that's why we got
Ron Turner.
That's why we got the quarterback there, Jonathan Quinn. That's
Who was an amazing backup
Steve
for us.
Edwards called him the worst quarterback he's
my
ever
God.
witnessed
Phil,
in his
it was
life.
terrible.
Who else was an offensive coordinator with Lovey? There was Turner, Shea, Martz. What was that? John Shoup?
No,
Was
that
he-
was
that-
Jaron.
Gary Croton. Gary Croton.
That was Duran, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Was it?
Yeah.
So,
I thought
yeah.
Croton was a lovey guy for some reason.
So it was Shea, Ron Turner. So I'm clicking through. Mike Martz, Mike Tice.
Mike Tice.
Mike Tice, right.
Mike Tice. That was the other 4 guys.
And then we went into the glory of the Aaron Cromer era.
And we did it all for the glory.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
No, you're not. But you will be in charge of picking.
But it's your
out
decision.
The football GM and the coach.
That's like me choosing the salad. I don't eat it if it's green, but I'm going to go ahead and choose the salad that everybody else is going to eat. Like, what the hell is this? I just don't get it.
But this is what they got. This is what they got to change, and they do have a chance here, Phil. And it's a perfect time for you to bring this up. To put it right up there.
There you
go. So Leslie Frazier to me is a no. Doug Peterson, I have zero interest in.
No.
Dayball, no. Hackett is interesting. I don't think he's ready. He was here in Syracuse. Every place that he's been, they've improved on offense. Todd Bowles is a guy that I like. Leftwich, I know Cars is big on. I don't know enough about Byron the Cars. You and I talked about it a little bit last night. My thing is, I look at, to me, the one guy that stands out that's going to fucking walk upstairs and take the fucking room over and not be afraid of the fucking owner and tell them exactly what he needs, what he wants, and not give a fuck about ruffling feathers is the guy there on the bottom, Brian Flores. That's
it. Well, that's what Olin said. Everybody in the room. You got Nick Saban was going to be the head coach of the Chicago Bears. People always forget this.
Very close with Jerry Angelo.
Jerry Angelo and him are friends. It came down to Jerry not giving Nick right of the roster. Go back and look at this. He was going to take the job. Jerry would not give up the 53-man roster control
because he was a new GM.
Yes, so Nick bounced on that. Ended up the next year we ended up hiring Lovie Smith or Dick Duran. I can't remember. It might have been Dick Duran in the last.
No, I think
moment.
Dick was.
No,
I think
it was
he inherited.
Lovie Smith.
He inherited Dick for. Sorry. He took over when Mr. Duran was still the coach, and his
first invention here is called the Cobb Quickie. Hands down, the easiest.
But I got to pull back for a second. It's funny when Olin was saying like, if you hire a Nick Saban, like the lunchroom people have to be
That's
in.
And that's why Jim Harbaugh, Flora, the man has to be.
There was a TikTok, and my kids are obsessed with them, and it was Alabama, and it was Nick Saban at a practice, and he's complaining like, they brought me new shoes. These shoes suck. I asked for a water. Those guys get Propel. Why do I get this shit? Right? Like, and part of it is tongue in cheek, but part of he's like, my shoes are uncomfortable, so I'm going to get in somebody's ass today. Like, we never like those things is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Bring that fat ass over here. I want to get it in my mouth. I want to get it in my mouth. Oh, I want to suck on your fat ass. Gotta suck on that ass, baby.
But you need those people. And we talk about it, but the reason Phil's guy isn't on that list is because he would want changes. It's why I don't think Flores, as much as I want him, is going to be the guy, because he's going to want changes.
But this is where we have to pray, not to cut you off.
No, you're
Bill
right.
Pollian knows. He's probably, and I hate to say it like this, but he's the whitest guy that can push back on these guys.
Yes.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He could push back on George and they're not uncomfortable. Like Olin would make them uncomfortable. And
Absolutely.
Bill Pollian,
he's
whatever
older.
reason, he's older, he's wiser, and he's white. That's just, if that makes you uncomfortable, that's what the McCaskies are, uncomfortable. That's why they put out this whole full court press on diversity and yada, yada, yada. At the end of the day, are they going to fucking hire the right guy? You're worried that Flores is going to ruffle feathers.
Well, it's not just
let's win fucking games.
Yeah, if you talk about it, with Brian Flores comes in, to me the number one question I'm asking is who is going to be your offensive coordinator, who's going to be your offensive line coach? Because I mean that is where the question marks, because this is going to be the Justin Fields show moving forward, and that's going to be a big part of it.
You know what? And I look at this way, like, please don't get me wrong. I think a head coach is extremely important. To a degree, I don't give a shit who the head coach is, because that GM position is so important for what you're going to do, how you add talent, where you're going to expand these things. Yes, the head coach is extremely important, but I'll tell you, if you go out and you get Flores and you pick Ted Phillips, illegitimate love child, with a secretary as your general manager, like, it's not going to make a difference. You have to get the right general manager in, and who's going to come in. It's why I'm so big on Dodds and Smith in these interviews, because if they're going to come in and they come in and say, look, this is it. This is what we have to do with the structure. I'll go back to Marvin Lewis. That's exactly what he did. We've got to grow the scouting department. We've got to start adding analytics. We have to do all of these things. And if you're willing to make that commitment, then I will come here. And if my gut is, if it's not one of those two, it's because the Bears once again said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to go with one of these other guys who will just take it as it is.
If they interfere with truth of what Cards is saying, they did it with Ballard. They did it with someone else, right? They didn't hire these guys because of truth. They didn't want to hear it. The convenience of what they've already done matters more. That's the problem. And let me just say this, because Shayne made the great point, so I'll let you explain it. But Jim Harbaugh isn't going to be on a list because he can't afford recruits or players to go in the transfer portal or anything. It's going to be quiet.
Yeah,
it's going to
Harbaugh
be
or Ryan Day are going to be the head coach. You're just going to all of a sudden hear the news broke that Jim
at 2 o'clock in the
Harbaugh,
morning.
Jim Harbaugh is the next coach of the Chicago Bears. So you're not going to say Jim Harbaugh is interviewing here next Wednesday. That will never happen. That's why people are saying, how come they're not talking about Harbaugh yet? They're not going to, because they would have 30 kids in the transfer portal just like that if they fucking.
That's what happened with Saban when he was leaving LSU and ended up at Miami, right? Like, if this falls through, I can't give up my national championship shot.
Yep. You can throw Morocco Brown in here, and the thing with Dodds is
I'll put the GMs, our guy Aaron Lemon. We got to get him back on the show with his camera, Shayne.
Yeah,
Aaron.
He was on the other network tonight. I don't know if he was with his camera. Or not.
Was he?
But anyways, here is my poker game, and you can take those down just for a second, Phil, because I'm going to talk about two guys. I'm going to talk about the two indie guys. Morocco Brown. Morocco Brown was here, so he knows, some of the inner workings. But word has been that Chris Ballard has openly been campaigning for Morocco Brown to get a GM gig throughout the NFL. Well, I said to Phil, me thinking the way that I think is that's Ballard saying, just don't take my guy Dodds.
Yes.
You can take this guy. It's fine. I love Morocco Brown, but I don't want to lose Dodds. To me, that's part of the poker game. Now, where this continues with both of these guys, so let's just say Dodds is the guy. He's the right-hand man. He's the number one for Chris Ballard. Do you think that they're going to have a fucking talk and that he's not going to come to Halas Hall with a fucking laundry list of saying, I know the story with this dude.
Or Chris.
I know
Ted is punted.
If you want this job, don't
I know
say
where the
anything about
fucking
this.
skeletons are on the fucking
Right.
third floor and down in the fucking basement. He's gonna come here just like Morocco Brown can. And that's what I'm saying. That's where, to me, if Flores gives you a viable plan on offense with his coaching staff, with a guy that's going to come in and isn't afraid to speak his mind to management, to ownership, and a guy like Dodds coming in with that extra ammo at his disposal, and oh yeah, he's fucking amazingly good at his job. To me, that's very, very appealing. And don't dismiss what I just said. I plead with you, because there's poker involved in all of this. Don't
What's
think
that
for
over
one-
there?
Yeah. Exactly.
There's hope, guys. There's hope.
I hope
if
there's
we got
hope.
the right.
We hope there's hope, Shayne.
And
I
it's
hope
the same.
there's hope.
It's the same with Rick Smith, right? And I
Rick
know Jamara
Smith.
keeps saying, like, these are two guys. The reason I'm bigger on Dawes over Morocco is he's been an assistant GM. It's super hard to find guys like Rick that have been there in the position and done it. But you see with the guys that are like, I've been the Ryan Pace, I've been the director of pro personnel, and that's as far up as I've gone. Once you start getting into these assistant roles where you have, like assistant GM, where you have more responsibilities than just college or pro, and you're kind of in this mesh point where all of these things kind of come together, that to me has real value. Rick Smith is on this list because what he did with Houston, the way that they drafted, the way that they competed, that absolutely does it. And it's why those two guys are, I'm stealing from Phil, are 1A, 1B, and nobody else is 2, 3, or 4 for me. That's it.
Dodd and Rick Smith.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I would agree with Cars there. Because listen, Rick Smith was doing fantastic. He left because he was doing what was right as a fucking family man because his wife was sick.
Right.
I agree. You look at how that franchise was Thelma and Louise. They went right the fuck off that cliff after that dude left. You have to think about that. And I agree with Cars. And this is where we have our synergy, is that, we agreed on a lot of stuff last year in the draft. And I think we're kind of pointing the needle in the same direction here in terms of leadership and bringing these guys in. But I saw somebody in there saying, maybe it was the Factor, I think had it in there, that Craig Gabriel said that he worked with Dodds and wouldn't want to work with him.
That's a plus for me.
That's fine. He knows Morocco Brown, and he openly promoted Morocco Brown. He also said that he would, run to the podium to draft the fucking guy the Bills took in the third fucking Nathan Peterman. He'd have no problem drafting him in round 2. So that's not even a shot at Greg. I'm just saying that shit happens. None of this is a perfect process. We've all had our swings, misses. Greg has, I have, Phil has, Cars has. There's always been those guys, but I'm just because Greg Gabriel doesn't like the guy I would say, why don't you like him, Greg? If you do have that big of a problem, why go talk about it on the network that you talk with. Share the story. Why? If that's the deal, but that's fine. It's to me,
other
that's
guy
not a
was
deciding factor.
The dude that was interviewed today, the GM
from Cleveland.
He's not on the list here. From Cleveland.
Yeah, I have a list here.
No, he's updated the list. So yes, Glenn Cook was interviewed today.
Glenn Cook is an interesting guy. I mean, but again, he has not been a GM before. And Bill Pollian, who is a Hall of Fame GM and has had a lot of success, you're happy that he's in this role to assess them moving forward. How does Rick Smith rank with Bill Pollian will be interesting, because obviously they played against each other or competed against each other when Rick was with the Houston and they're with the Colts. So
and he's one of the few that he doesn't have direct ties with. I think Elliot Wolf is probably the only other one that Pollian doesn't.
Cars,
Pollian would know Ron.
Yes.
Wolf.
Sure. And Cars, you know this. Oop, did I just lose you guys?
No.
Sorry, I hit my thing. All right. Rick Smith was actually a name a few months ago that was tied to Chicago that the Bears were interested in. So I wouldn't forget about that.
He's the
According
clubhouse leader for me.
According to Hogan Johns on their latest podcast, Bill Pollian hasn't been here doing this just for a handful of days.
Yeah.
It's been multiple weeks.
Right.
Yeah. So that tells you right
Pollian
there.
was the one who turned them ass over tea kettle and said, no, Pace has to go.
He's 100%. If Pollian is not,
if it wasn't
here,
for him,
Ryan Pace is still here. 100%.
Exactly. So that gives me hope.
Yep.
Now, and I said it last week, and I said it on the patron show. If you're not a patron, go over there right now, thetapeneverlies.com. We're going to be breaking down tape and all of this stuff, live pop-up shows with the new hiring all over there. But I'm going to say this. My uncle, who I respect so much, was very adamant about finally the Chicago Bears have a guy that's going to, at the very least, he's going to give them the best person that's going to be GM. Now, are they going to hire the coach before the GM? I'm with Olin on that. I would love for them just to get the GM first. Then let him.
The Giants show us why you can't. You can't go hire a GM if Joe Judge is your coach. If you hire Brian Flores, and I think he's great, but it probably eliminates some of those guys on that list who may not want to. You can't.
I agree. I think you got to get the GM first.
And I think at this point, they probably know the connections. I'm sure they probably know if Rick Smith is interested in Brian Flores. Listen, I think in their mind, they know who they kind of think may get this job, but obviously they're doing their due. Because if you look back, the GM search when Ryan Pace, it was Ryan Pace, Brian Gain, Lake Dawson, and Chris Ballard. I believe there's only 4.
Wasn't there one more? There was one more. Wasn't it the Light? Or that might have been before him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Might have been. Remember the guy from New England?
Yeah, Jason Light, that was down in Tampa. But it was more of a compressed list. Right. And there's been some overlapping, but Cars, you brought this up, and it was a great point when you were comparing the Giants list to the Giants initial list, and then the Bears. It was completely fucking different. It was 2 totally different sets of people. And to me, that is where I was impressed. That's where I started to pivot a little bit more on Pollian, because I'm like, this dude's casting a wide, and it doesn't matter if you're the other guy from Cleveland, I blanking on his name. He's got the I believe he's Nigerian. What was his
No,
we need the
Kwesi Adolfo Mensah.
But so that's a guy that's totally based in analytics. That's where and
that's a guy you interview,
sure,
to pair up with somebody else. You hear like Denver when they're interviewing Dan Quinn, and they're interviewing I can't remember the coordinator or the guy in Green Bay, and they're interviewing Jared Mayo. Those guys are saying are going to be part of Dan Quinn's staff. It sounds like Dan Quinn to Denver's already done. You do that there too. If you go out and draft or sign Rick Smith, who's really good at drafting, hey, here's an analytics guy handpicked for you to pair up so you can add that to your portion. I get really excited about nerdy front office stuff.
Well, the other thing is, I saw a couple questions here. Vic Fangio, we don't even know if Vic is going to continue coaching. He might roll off into the sunset. He has not
He's not
stated.
a young man either, right?
Yeah, he's not stated, but
Get in somebody's ass today.
What's that?
What? Get in somebody's ass today. Get in somebody's ass today. Fantastic.
That totally confused me. Like I thought it was really happening.
Get in somebody's ass today.
I thought my screen like popped. That's funny. But yeah, Sean Desai. I don't see that he's coming back with a whole new coach. I mean, the coach is going to have to decide on that. Obviously, I don't know what his contract is because sometimes these coaches hold on for dear life. The new coach will interview them out of kindness and decide who. I mean, we've seen it before. We've seen it before here with John Fox got fired. Jay Rogers and his brother stayed on for that first year.
Desai's been here since Trestman. Yeah.
So we could see. I don't like Desai. I've watched enough. Any defensive coordinator that can't see that when you're in man and you're getting turnovers and pressures and you're helping your defense, then challenge your team to play more man. And when it's 3rd and 15 and you're dropping in zones and they just pick you apart and you have no accountability for the safety, Eddie Jackson.
This is Rick Smith, the former GM in Houston. When you're talking about the ones, former Bear down there, 2007, Amobi Okoye. He was, I believe, the youngest drafted player ever in the NFL. 19
He ended
years
up
old.
coming to the Bears.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
Dwayne Brown was
still
all-pro.
playing.
Cushing was rookie of the year. Kareem Jackson.
He made the all-steroid team too. Brian Cushing did.
J. Watt. I mean, Whitney Merciless over Shea McClellan.
Kevin
all day. Yeah.
Kevin Johnson is probably the biggest question mark out of everybody in there.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. All of those other guys.
I would take any one of those.
Those are better.
You can disagree with some of the players on the list, but it's a hell of a lot better looking than ours.
Exactly. But just the receiver alone.
Yeah.
But again, he was picking very high that year. This whole thing is going to be rooted in hopefully Bill Pollian pushing aside the ego of one Ted Phillips. And if you learned anything tonight from Olin and cars going down memory lane, and Shayne, it is a showcase of Ted interfering each and every time with somebody and the Bears organization moving forward in the right direction. Go ahead.
Do you think something that they haven't talked about, I brought it up, I think, with you, Cars, early this morning. We were talking about it, and Phil, I know I mentioned it to you too, with Khan, with him being more of a, finance-based guy. Do you think that there's any outside shot that they bring him into the mix?
I thought about this guy. I got to answer.
If they bring him into the mix, he's tied to Mark Sadowski. They work together in New Orleans. And Sadowski, I believe,
he's interviewed, right?
Well, no, he's there, but he's survived regime changes.
I believe so as well.
Emory, he started with Emory, right? Sadowski?
I don't know.
I'll have to look into that.
Might have been.
But Sadowski apparently is interviewing for the GM position.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Sadowski was a scout in 2006 for us, at least. So
yeah, no, it wouldn't have been. So he would have been a guy that Jerry Angelo brought.
Oh, yeah.
And so he's been here for a long time. But I was wondering if this is a scenario that we haven't talked about, that the Bears, because listen, we're going to give credit where credit is due, and we don't agree with everything, but the Bears blog has had the information before anybody on the way that this went down with Pace and Matt Nagy, and even with the candidates. So we're going to give him his credit there. He's also reporting that Ted Phillips is retiring in 2023. That's a done deal, locked in. So my point is, are the Bears potentially looking at a guy like Khan to come in now, get involved with Ted, with Arlington Heights, to take over that role next year while you promote an in-house guy like Sadowski to GM?
I hope not.
I don't know.
I don't think they would do it to promote. I think that they would look at it as, again, this is, sorry, I don't normally deal in ifs, but I do think, right, they have to start worrying about the handoff for that role.
Yep.
Especially because the stadium is probably going to have to go up by 2025, right? So they've got a limited window here to move this. And if he retires in 2023, you kind of want someone in-house there working alongside and moving that forward.
Yep.
So it wouldn't shock me. Well, actually, I take it back. It would completely shock me because it would be the right thing for them to do, is to start hiring.
Thinking. Right.
Yes, they would be hiring a replacement. But I do think that it's still in play that he would come in, but they would also still hire a different GM than they want to admit.
She agrees with the decisions that we've made. She's pissed off.
Fuck out of here, Ted. Logan, that's not the point. If you would just step back and listen to what I just said, I'm telling you, the Bears blog has had
this lockdown
stuff on lockdown.
The Bears blog source is a McCaskey. We've discovered this.
Phillips.
Or
so
Ted
my
himself.
point is, he is reporting multiple times that Ted is 100% done in 2023.
With that said, Shayne is saying this, Logan. There you go. Here's my theory that I thought about today, guys. Bill Pollian strategically understands the issue is Ted. So he's bringing in somebody to show Virginia and George that there's other answers than Ted. And this might be a brilliant guy who Bill Pollian knows the Rooney family and how they speak about this guy.
The McCaskies.
Yeah, but they don't know.
It doesn't seem like they
talk
know him
about
very
tea
well.
and crumpets. They don't talk about football.
Hey, you guys win. That's weird. Yeah,
I can't believe you kept Big Ben after that rape thing. Oh, go, lordy. It's fucking Flanders and Millhouse running the Bear. I couldn't knock it out any better.
I wouldn't be shocked if you were right about that, Phil. But again, how sad is it that the charter franchise for the NFL that has, how do you grow up working for a team and not know shit about football? And it is killing me on the inside that we go to Bill Pollian and I have to put all my hope and dreams. And it's nothing against Bill Pollian, the man. And it's nothing to do with the Lamar Jackson should play wide receiver. Look, all these guys have done and made stupid statements and stupid words, but he is so well connected. And all the eggs and all the hopes and dreams that we have for this franchise is rooted in a guy who's 79 years old, who's never played or worked for the Bears to make the right decisions and make them so simple that even George McCaskey can't screw it up. That's our hope. Like that, all of this, it's all in play, but in the end, he's going to go up.
Right.
And he's going to be like, it's going to be the Matrix, right? Here's your red pill and your blue pill, right?
Oh, exactly.
Which one are you going to take? And I don't have confidence they're going to take the right one.
Don't worry. Ted and I have this again. Yes.
George dyed his hair.
George dyed his hair. There they are. Milhouse and Flanders. Here's some of the quotes. I trust Ted.
Oh.
I am a fan. Shayne's the only audio. Can you hear me? Oh, yes.
Yep.
The GM reports to me, I would take what Olin says with a grain of salt. We are going to do a thorough, diligent. We are going to be thorough, diligent, and exhaustive. That's our owner right there. He's the guy in charge. He's a fan of this team.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
No, he's not. We saw the Ted Phillips stuff. We saw that George is just a fan. Speaking of fans, if Cherie could put up right here. Cheers. It's 2022. And resolutions you can actually keep. How about upgrading your grooming routine for the new year? I'm not talking about Claudio, the barber. I'm talking about our sponsors at Manscaped are here to make the ball drop in 2022 the cleanest ever. Set your first New Year's resolution with good intentions and join me and the 4 million other men worldwide who trust Manscaped with our exclusive offer. Go to Manscaped and use the code ShyCitySports. Is that the code? I always forget the code.
Get in somebody's ass today.
Shy City Sports for 20% off. That's 20% off. Shy City Sports. Use that code. It's New Year's, a new me with the global leaders in male grooming this year. Take your grooming to the next level. The Performance Package 4.0 and the brand new Ultra Premium Body Wash. I got this body wash and shampoo. I'm telling you, my wife has sung its praises. And have wild hairs coming out of your nose or ear, Tom Boson? Well, Manscaped can solve that problem too with the Weed Whacker. This nose and ear trimmer, Logan, would be in heaven. Has 9,000 RPMs, motor-powered, 360-degree rotary dual-blade system to provide proprietary skin-safe technology, which helps prevent nicks, not foals, snags, and tugs. And I'm not talking about Ted with the secretary in those delicate holes. Polish off the new Stellar routine with a free gifts, including Manscaped Shed Travel Bag. Kick discomfort and poor hygiene to the curb this year and use the best tool for the job. Whether your resolution is to work more or travel to new places, be sure manscaped.com for your exclusive offer of 20% off plus free shipping with the code Shy City Sports. Cheers to grooming with the best in 2022. That's Manscaped.
Yes!
Look at that. Look at that. A little Manscaped read tonight. Hopefully you get your Manscaped on. Obviously, the show is much different tonight. We had Olin Kreutz. I don't know how amazing that could possibly be, even more so. Just talking about 4 years of ineptitude to just the point with which George McCaskey takes this moment, a historic moment, and attacks first butters and manipulates, and then attacks a former Hall of Fame football player or former player that should be in the Hall of Fame. Now, hey, cut it out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you must have been at the top of your fucking class.
It's Claudio the Barber.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Just cut it out.
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 Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Man, cut that shit out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
It's Cut It Out with Claudio the Barber. Hey, you gotta let me talk, Phil. Hey, you gotta let me speak. Claudio is gonna be bringing a new sense to Keeping It 100. It's Cut It Out with Claudio on the Tape Never Lies Network.
Cut it out. Cut it out has been cut out. I guess Phil didn't get the memo. There is no cut it out tonight.
Look at him getting out of this. Why is he getting out of the job?
There is no
Shayne?
cut it out tonight, man. I've been
Smoke weed every day.
I thought there was tweets. I thought there was.
I don't give a fuck that he smokes weed. They all smoke weed.
Smoke weed every day.
My God.
We need you,
cut it out.
Claudio.
You started playing that at first. Claude sits up. He's like,
I'm like, wait a minute.
You have nothing prepared?
No, I didn't get a chance.
What do I do with my hands right now?
Dude, it's almost 12 o'clock, bro. It's almost 12 o'clock.
Oh, this is Claudio the Barber. Yo, 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 this is Claudio the Barber.
There's no show without Claudio.
Oh, hey,
we should have
Claudio.
recorded that first
Oh my
jam
God.
session with Claudio when he was so nervous.
Oh,
we did
man,
186 yos.
That was rough.
Yo.
I just remember Phil being like, "You got to be hype. You got to be hype. You got to do this." Because like the first couple were like, "Yo, it's Claudio," and you're like, "Come on, man! Like, let's go."
I got this notepad of every single week that we've done this. This is from
Really?
the first week. This is
Go
this
ahead,
is my
read
open
it.
that
Let
I
me
had.
hear it. Let's see what you got. Let's hear
It's
it.
so bad. No.
It's a page. The first page is literally just yo.
Wait, do it the right way, Claude. Hold on.
Yeah, there is yo. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Where is it? Yo. There it is. Yo.
Need a tagline.
What am I?
What was Claudio's practice? I think we had to delete it, right? No, it was this. He would practice like this.
The Tape Never Lies Network
The Tape Never Lies.
Tape never lies.
starts now.
The tape never lies.
That was just as prepared as the first time. I want everybody to know he was.
Yo, this is Claudio the Barber.
I've gotten a lot better.
You have, but you just dropped the ball again right there.
Well, I didn't. I
Yos are
honestly wasn't even
always
listening.
so delayed on my end. Like,
Oh my
it's
God.
Literally
Even
3
tonight.
seconds. Yeah,
Dude,
Tonight.
I usually wait until I see myself. I told you, there's no like.
How
I just
come
wait till I
everybody
see
else
myself
can
and
do
then
it?
I say yo.
Claudio gets lost in his own eyes. Is really what happens
I'd
every
say.
time he sees himself on screen. He's like, "Who is that? Oh, wait, that's me. Shit. Let's go."
All right. I'm going to do
Oh,
a test with Claudio on Real Quick. After Real Quick, or is that the shortest one? Or Nerd Alert. Then I want you to do yo. I'm going to do it for you. Ready?
Nerd alert.
Yo, this is Claudio the
I
Barber.
got you, yeah. But the
Okay.
open is different. The open that's a different thing.
It's the same shit.
Okay, go ahead. I'll do it.
We want the full Monty on this one.
Here we go.
Full
The
Monty.
big test. The big test.
Nerd alert.
Yo!
No,
No, it was there.
start it over. Let him go. You were so
I'm
late.
going when I see myself.
Do
I'm
it,
going when I
Phil.
see myself.
All
Do
right,
it.
one more time.
Nerd alert.
Yo!
That is almost as hard as I laughed as at one of the Angelo segments. That's for sure.
Oh, I have those clipped. Those
Listen,
are always.
we
ready to
love
go.
Claudio here.
Yes.
Jackal bounced on us. There is no.
He's healing up. He's healing
We're
up.
not even doing bear up, bear down. It's
No,
like,
we're gonna
fuck
keep
that
yeah.
team.
That's right.
That team is so 2008. You 2000.
But let's
late.
do this. You can bring Cherie in here.
Cherie!
She's like, oh shit, here we go.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen.
She's been
Countdown
making
to
phone calls
Mark
for
Rebele
us.
is on the screen.
Hey, Potsy, this is Cherie. TTNL Network.
Did she tweet at him or no?
I'm still single.
Oh, bring that fat ass over here. I want to get it in my mouth. I want to get it in my mouth.
In somebody's ass today. It works. It works. It
No
totally
wonder
works.
Steph is sick. What do you think ours does all day? Poor girl.
That
All
poor
right, so
woman is a
let's
saint.
go around the room. Give me some fucking names. I asked Olin
I was going to
about
play that when he was on.
Tehran
but
Ar-
I didn't wanna-
I am
I didn't want to.
I am scared of a Tehran Armstead. You look at his
No,
snap
I-
counts year to year, bro. It's
Oh, it's not good.
But anyways, let's go around the room. Phil, we'll start with you.
Okay, all the prep.
when, and who is the first signing for the Bears in terms of GM, head coach?
Oh man, the net is so wide that. So you want? Let me be clear here. You want who are they gonna hire the GM or the coach first? That's
Tell
part
me,
of your question.
Who's gonna be hired? Give me a name, and you may think that they're gonna hire a head coach, but I want to know a time frame. When do you think that this goes down?
I don't think it's gonna be at least 2 to 3 weeks.
Oof,
they hire
I
somebody.
don't.
And here I believe it's gonna be like I'm leaving my heart out. I'm just going into the room of them. I believe it's going to be Rick Smith, the GM, and Todd Bowles, the coach. That's what I believe they're going to do. There you go.
So that leaves me then, huh?
That leaves you. We're going.
I
this
think
way.
that they're gonna hire Rick Smith.
Oh, we're both.
I do.
We haven't talked about this yet.
Yeah, I don't like he's in my, like Carr said, he's in my top 2. I'm very, very intrigued by Dodds.
Me too.
But I don't know. I don't know. I have a feeling like they're gonna sign, and I think it's gonna go rather quickly at GM. That's
Really?
my feeling.
I said 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh,
What
I
did
think you could hear something by Monday.
Wow. Because they only have scheduled for. How are they
I
gonna
don't think
fit
you're going
all
to
these
see
guys in
schedules. I don't. And you look at guys like Leslie and some of these guys that are in the playoffs. We're not going to be able to get to them right away. So yeah.
So
ideally, if you identify the guy, Monday is the perfect time to have him done.
Wow.
Well, it's
So
everything.
Are you saying GM and coach wrapped up
Just
Monday?
GM.
Yeah, just GM. And but I think, listen, they bring these guys in. They're gonna, when they interview Rick Smith, they're gonna know who his very, very short list of head coaches are. They're gonna know who Dodds, Morocco Brown, all of these guys.
Who was your head coach? I didn't hear.
Well, I picked GM, but I have a feeling that there's and I can be a bit of a cynic when it comes to the Chicago Bears, obviously, and it's
I
very,
thought we
very
were giving
warranted.
GM and
No,
coach.
who we thought we were going to
It's
get
gonna go
hired first, and when we think it's going to be
throw it
done.
out there, and
Throw
I think
the
that
coach in here,
I think that this
please.
plays
Follow
into
my
it.
lead.
So they fired Flores, and you saw immediately all of the negative media that the Miami Dolphins organization was getting. And I think part of me thinks that Ted and George see that and say to themselves, well, if we hire this fucking guy, it's going to be all positive for us.
They did it. They did
But
it.
then
We'll win the
that's
media.
essentially removing Pollian from the
Can I give one piece of information just real quick, just so everybody knows?
Bear Fan Goomba says they are doing Zoom interviews first, then pare the list down, and then bring them in for personal interviews.
When
Flores is coming in for a personal interview on Friday.
Yes, because
that has been reported.
The Zoom interviews are for the guys that are currently coaching, who can't get away and they're not traveling.
Like Hackett is on Saturday.
Correct.
I believe. Correct. Right.
So the last time this happened, just for all portions, right? The last game of the season was played on December 28th, and the Chicago Bears hired Ryan Pace on January 8th. So within 10 days of the end of the season, right? 9 once you do the day that you fire him, they had a replacement GM chosen that quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think 2 or 3 weeks, I don't think there's a chance of fucking hell. No.
You lose your coach most likely if you do that.
I thought that they would hire the GM first and then figure out the coach.
I'm not even sold, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not even sold that they're going to do that. I honestly feel like if Pollian is a part of this, let's just say Brian Flores again. If they're blown away by Brian Flores, are they going to risk losing him to the Giants?
Right.
And it's very similar again to 2000 and that season when it was within a day or two that John Fox was hired.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was, in all seriousness, lined up beforehand. The only reason it didn't happen in lockstep is they gave Ryan a chance to sit down and talk to him to make sure that the relationship would work. So Shayne, your timeline is mine.
Point.
Yeah.
You're both on the same timeline.
Well,
who's your head coach, Shayne? Flores?
I really do.
They shock the world and get Harbaugh.
I don't. I feel I've maintained. Listen, I would love Harbaugh here. 100%.
I can never get what I want, Sheree.
I just feel from
Me and
Jump
you both
Street.
feel.
I feel from Jump Street with him taking the pay cut last year. I just feel he's gonna get. This has all been, and I don't blame him. You have to play the cards that you're dealt, and if you can strike and get more money out of your employer by saying, "Hey, I might bounce."
I think Day is doing the same thing. Just getting their name mentioned earns them millions of dollars.
Yeah, and it's. I mean,
I don't think he's an option. I really don't.
Because Day or Harbaugh,
both.
Yeah, I don't either.
And the whole thing is there's no ties to Pollian. There's no ties to any. I understand the
played for Pollian. Harbaugh also. He was traded
traded him, right?
From
Didn't
Chicago,
he trade him to Baltimore?
And then he traded him to Baltimore.
They
have that working relationship.
I just don't
Bill
see
Pollian knows football. He's got to know what we all know. Fucking Harbaugh is the most qualified candidate out of all of them. All of them.
Is anybody interviewing Josh McDaniels?
Nobody.
Haven't seen him.
No.
But I keep seeing the name. Like everybody keeps mentioning his name. Like I didn't even know he was a candidate.
Yeah, I think he's.
I haven't seen.
He's not. Indy, and
Pollian would not
end him. Has ended
Pollian. It was Pollian here.
Right. Well, no. What I'm saying, and
McDaniels
I'm not. I know Cars was more of a McDaniels guy, and I think Berlissimo also.
My dad said he's a good coach.
They said that he is adamant that he's
taken over for Belichick,
full control wherever he goes.
Yes, that seems to be the other stick, and
so
I think
that's probably what's turning a lot of places.
There's been a few reports.
A lot of bridges when he bounced.
Oh yeah,
because he hired coaches to the Colts.
Yeah,
and then bounced on them too.
He hired Eberflus, correct?
Correct.
And he's up for the Bears gig.
There's also been a couple of reports that because of the way that things ended in San Francisco with Balk, that Harbaugh is wanting the same or much higher levels of control than other folks. And better or worse, that tends to be a red flag for a lot of these career general manager folks.
Who's your coach, Shayne? I gave you Bowles, I think.
No, I think they're hired. I think they're hiring Flores. I do. I think that they're bringing him in on Friday. Like I said, and I know you can't base everything off Vegas, but they're a lot smarter than I am. They have a lot more inside information than I do. And he went from what, plus 500 last night to plus 150 today. That's a pretty massive.
You know how I feel about stats. Really, stats are for losers. Final scores for winners.
There's a lot of winners in Vegas, and it's the people that own the places, and they're the ones with the info.
How about the fact that coach is talking about winning?
Yeah,
our ownership was throwing stats out there.
No, they talked about winning. Winning's important.
Nice.
It's just not that important.
Oh my God. Can they luck into the right guy? That's really, I guess everything.
Smith and Flores is a home run. Smith and Flores is an absolute home run. If that gets you to this moment, and that's what gets us through,
he's got to have.
Is that your coach too, Cars?
I think I'm with Shayne. I think that's it. I think Wednesday at the latest is kind of when you'll see Rick Smith named. It'll be about 10 days. That's kind of my rotating number of, Wednesday, 10 days after. It gets you in for the guys for the next round of interviews and things like that. So it just seems to make the most amount of sense.
Cherie, what's your gut?
I do think by the end of next week, they'll hire at minimum the GM. Who that is, I don't know.
Blake Bortles.
Leave it alone.
But I mean,
what?
The problem with the coach, and if you look at the list, if it's not Flores, it's not Dan Quinn, and it's not Peterson, you're waiting till that person is done with the playoffs to hire that coach, right? And so the list of everybody.
Well, it could be Eberflus.
I don't think he's.
I don't think it is, but I mean that's an option.
But most of the guys that really seem to make the biggest run, Bowles, Leftwich, the guy in Green Bay, Hackett in Green Bay, Frazier, right? Like those guys, those teams are poised to make potentially deep playoff runs. Mm-hmm. So it doubles down on.
Could lose tomorrow night.
Oh God, I hope it's not
Saturday.
But that's, I think, again, that works. Tie back to John Fox and Phil's favorite quote, right? The best ability is availability. Yeah. As a coach, he's available. You can hire him now, and you can start building your coaching staff. You can do all those things, because the other unknown in all of this is you don't want to be last to the dance getting your coordinators and position coaches, because we did that, I believe, with Lovey. We were one of the last ones, and and his initial stats were garbage. So you've got to finding a guy like Flores who's available now, and a GM that you can go in Rick Smith and go get now. They're extremely qualified, and I don't want to take away from it, but then you build your organization, your scouting department, your coaches, everything, and you get your pick of every person that you want.
I don't give a fuck that he smokes weed. They all smoke weed.
Smoke weed every day.
You know what time that is? Claudio, what's your thought here?
I think they're bringing in GM Shayne Marsaw and then head coach Phil Atoshin.
I'll take it.
By the end of the week.
Take it.
Fucking
I would.
Spitting knowledge finally.
Finally, he
Bold
gets
prediction.
it right.
Bold prediction.
This guy, I would fucking do everything in my power to make that happen. That would be.
It would work. It would work.
Dream.
No,
Come
I
true.
like. I mean, the GM. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know much about a lot of these guys, but I do like Flores as a coach.
Well, honestly, when it comes to the GMs, none of us do.
Yeah,
We're looking at their draft results, and
I mean,
sadly, most of the coaches is the same way too.
Yeah,
it's not
it's not an impressive.
I think what Flores did with
coaching
Miami was
cycle.
impressive, though. What he did, he
Especially over the last half of the season.
Yeah, and
I
Olin
like
was
Flores.
talking about his defense. Obviously, the offensive coordinator situation
Well,
is going to
that's
be
a
critical in
huge
his
question mark. Three and 4 seasons for him.
Let me just pose this question to you. I saw it in the chat a lot. Do you think there's any chance the Bears bring in a coach that will be GM and head coach?
No,
won't happen.
No.
Okay.
Well,
I want to address Logan's comment about building staff from a loser team.
It's not necessarily building a staff from a loser team, but that's kind of Logan. Please don't take this the wrong way, and if you do, I probably don't care. But there are good people on losing staffs. So
those are the guys that are available. Yeah,
us losing and going 4-12 wasn't because Vic Fangio or someone like that sucked. It was because the folks did. So you're not looking for pedigree. You're looking for guys like Jay Rodgers who can coach the shit out of a position, and those guys exist in a lot of losing places.
Here, I want to answer Frankie pretty much with your last word in the sentence.
Yes. Yeah.
I need a maniac. Because that's what wins football fucking games.
They were looking at it like it was a negative that he was
exactly
that he would go up and make his thoughts known. And I mean, Stephen Ross came to him and wanted him to fucking tank. I mean, and
he refused, saying, "What the fuck am I?"
He went out and won games.
But why is he?
He tried to build a winning program. That's the goal.
Phil.
That's the fucking goal.
He did it because the people around him were incompetent and couldn't do it.
Exactly.
You look like I get it. He's pissed at Tua because he looks at him. Tua had like 4 games where he threw 40 passes and had under 300 yards. That's insane and should never happen. He was such a check down guy. He just had enough. So yeah, there's always concerns. There's concerns with every single one of these coaches, from DeBall's inability to stick with the run game to Leftwich's lack of experience.
The game.
Who cares? Just there's nobody perfect.
Brian Daboll went to high school with who? Bill Pollian's
son. There's a
I
connection.
would be
Daboll. The only saving grace for me on Daboll is every 4th down play.
Yeah.
I know that Phil is going to have an aneurysm because he draws up some of the absolute worst 4th down plays I have ever seen. And Phil will, like, Claudio, if that happens,
none of which are runs.
No, none.
I'll just go Facebook Live every 4th down.
That would be 100% your job just for comedic relief alone.
Wait, this week I'm just taking the 4th down.
Nope.
I'm just taking the 4th down Matt Nagy plays, and we're gonna have a ceremonial goodbye to Matt Nagy and the offensive plays this week on TTNL. Me, my father, and George will be live Saturday on our X's with the O show. I got to play you that stuff. X's with the O's. Become a patron. Shayne, apparently we have, let me double check. We broke the 666. We were at 666. And somebody broke that mark for us.
I doubt they were from the region.
They weren't from the region. No, we're back up to 666. Someone lied. I thought he went to 667. But every Saturday, as well as the pop-up shows, when there is a coaching hire, we are not going to be live here. We're going to be live on our patron side, speaking directly to you. I know Shayne has addressed some issues there that we'll get into during shout-outs, but X's with the O's, all of the tape analysis, Draft Mob will be returning, breaking down the draft, free agency, and obviously the coaches with special guests like Olin Kreutz, Eric Kramer, Chris Zorich, Steve Edwards, and media heads like David Kaplan sitting in.
X's with the O's. DDP, Coach O, Barrelissimo, and they actually figure out the whys.
Yeah, he gets to the races because Daniels actually does a great job.
But they did all that moving around, get the quarterback right into position again. For crying out loud, he's getting fancy. I haven't said it, but Phil said it 100 times. It's all trick plays. A trick with the wrong guy. He'd been better off pulling the ball and him going up the hole.
Never go backwards to get 1 yard. Look at that formation right there. They're consistently in this kind of shit. Where, say you push Allen Robinson way outside that number, put him way out there, and then put someone way down here. All of a sudden, the box gets a little less tight.
But you can tell that the accountability when it comes, no one's calling anybody out on that defense.
Those linebackers have to maintain gap responsibility full speed.
You got to press that thing inside out. So when he oversets here and he gets outside, that step, that right foot step sets him too wide. And now you've turned that defensive end into a two-gap player who can tackle inside or outside your fuck.
Matt Nagy sold himself because he's a good talker. He is a good talker, but what you need as a head coach and a GM is someone who's going to pick the right people and put them in the right places and play to their strengths. And you've also got to be able to, and it's crucial as any leader, is to be able to accept when you make a mistake. Look, I gave him a chance, I gave him an opportunity, I put him here, I gave him this responsibility, I did the tools, I did that to help him to do it. It's clearly not working.
I've never heard someone say, I made a mistake in this hire. And I mean, regardless of if you're not a football person, you still hired someone.
I'm going to tell you something right now. Those coordinators and everybody that's coaching on its staff could be great. If you got a guy up there that's a schmuck, you're not going anywhere. And that's what's happening. And when you get a real leader, he'll hire the guys that are going to do the job.
Get a coach in here that puts a priority on accountability, game planning. I don't see any of this. If I was to assess any coach and they're in shotgun on 4th and 1, fire that coach. It's just so much that you could do from under center that you can't do in shotgun.
Plus, you're not 5 yards away from the line of scrimmage. The Bears culture, for me, all the way back since I was a kid, was the toughest guys there were. These guys are pussies.
Breaking down the key plays, big moments, and take a deeply detailed look back at each week's big play performers.
Oh my God, Mickey Mouse!
Exclusively for TTNL patrons. X's with the O's.
Shout out Tape Never Lies. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. From the fans in the stands to the follows on the gram. Thanks for your support, showing love in the DM. We stay Spencer strong, fight together till the end. Now it's time to shout out worldwide friends and fam. Like
the network that keeps it real, 100 crew. So many in the world that I gotta show love to. For some this part, see the show is at its end. But for me it's so important to thank the charter members and the fans. Built the network, speak the truth through the tape. Never run around the truth, no narratives we create. Set them straight, no bubble screen on 4th and 8. Audio Shayne getting nervous cause keeping them up too late. That's it, no more to say to get the shot of vital. But hurry up cause the postman's getting homicidal.
Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla holler at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too. Shout out, I know you hear me, baby. Shout out, I know you see me, baby. Shout out, we gotta holler at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too.
The network that keeps it real.
Sense is strong. Oh, bring that fat ass over here. I wanna get it in my mouth. I wanna get it in my mouth. Oh, I wanna suck on your face.
In somebody's ass today.
Has to come out every time we play that song. You gotta play that drop. It just has to.
I'm just glad I finally have a drop after all this time. I have my first one.
You got fans in the stands.
We can't play the Claudio daughter at a concert in Philly
No.
one because of copyright infringement. Timing was perfect.
You nailed the pitch. That's pretty scary, Shayne. You nailed the pitch.
I'm a pretty good source.
Someone
I'm
he'll
gonna miss those drops. I am
he'll
gonna
be
miss
a source. Yes, he was a source. He was a
drop
source
machine,
of
that
many days.
We gotta get some
and
more
nights.
Ted. We gotta get some Ted Phillips drops. That's what we need.
No.
No, we're gonna.
Oh my god.
We're gonna be dropping a lot of clips here soon. We're gonna wipe the fucking slate clean with Nagy.
Yeah.
Oh, the Nagy drops. I'm gonna miss the Nagy drops.
Great
I'm
get
not-
off. Yeah, get off
Ryan
the fucking
Pace.
soundboard. Right.
I was gonna text
We
Funk.
didn't even
be
get
like, Yo,
to
looks
do
like you
the
lost a
presser.
couple customers.
Poor Caden Whitlow cut up the whole presser shit.
Yeah, well,
Well, there were, Colleen, there were a lot of frustrating parts.
And you're the most frustrating part, George.
what's Funk gonna do if they hired Odds or Smith? They're fucking bald.
You can get the Manscape out.
You should text him and ask him.
Can we ask Funk to get Pace to come on the show now?
I can ask him now if he still talks to him.
Like all
Yeah.
these dudes, like Khan is bald, Dodds is bald, Smith is bald.
Yep, Rick Smith's bald.
I wear a hat just to hide how bald I'm becoming. So I mean, that's.
Cars is getting a lot of love tonight.
It is.
Thank you.
Another
Thank
one.
you.
Look at this. Yeah.
Big plays are nice. I think we got to keep big plays are nice.
No, we don't
That
want
one
him
stays.
on
As
here
a
at all.
memory, it has to stay. Me and Cars agree.
Out with the old.
No, the big
Right.
plays though. It just
Sheree
works.
getting some love,
He's
Shane.
got excellent get off. He's got
Sivius, do you have excellent get off?
She hot.
This invention here is called the Cobb Quickie.
You're so dead. It's been nice knowing you.
Hopefully we could get Ryan Pace on here and hear his side of the story.
We do have an invite to Chicago from Coach Willie, Phil, to
Oh yes,
air our grievances.
I'm coming to Chicago next year, Willie. Speaking of which, that might lead us in New England, Shane.
Yes.
Bears versus Patriots, a TTNL meet-up tailgate is in the works.
And should we tell them the super secret surprise?
No,
Potentially?
save that for next week. Keep that. There is a big secret surprise.
Everybody would be blown away. We'll just put it that way.
We'll put it out next week's show. Gonna have to wait, but it's gonna be huge.
Golly, what the hell is going on?
We should just do a show about our drops and with patrons.
Like Fred
does it
Norris?
stay or
Yeah.
does it go? Like Michael Renfro, you go. Fuck yourself. Because I'm the furthest thing from a blog boy besides you. Nope.
No.
Vlog
Phil is a vlog boy,
Yeah,
right? It's a video
Yes.
blogger.
Video. Hey guys, this is your guy Phil. On
thought you were
today's show,
Hey,
Yo.
Phil, Dan.
drop it like it's hot. Drop
We
it
got a
like
couple drops of your dad. We can't even play.
Oh my god! When I talk
Claudio,
to him,
you
we're
know
gonna
what
play.
I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna talk to him.
I was just gonna say though, back when your dad swears, it's great.
Everybody
It's
always
fucking
laughs.
He says
on
pussy.
that
It's
part.
fucking.
When he says pussy, all of
I'm gonna
us are looking up, laughing.
Just randomly, Shayne, like during shows, you got to be like, "Hey, Phil, it's Shayne. Listen," and just randomly drop that in.
Hey, Phil.
You
It's your
you
friend
have
Jay.
that drop of my dad, right? Where is it?
For years, when Phil and I talk to each other on the phone, we never say hello or it's always yo. Every time we answer the fucking phone, we do the Claudio thing, but we do it on time.
Phil, can you hear me? This is your dad speaking. Can you hear me?
Vargas. You see Vargas' reaction?
Vargas is the best. Just watch Vargas's reaction one more time. He just turns.
Phil, can you hear me? This is your dad speaking. Can you hear me?
He sticks his tongue out. He laughs with his tongue out. It's hysterical.
We'll have to have a
Anyway,
better internet connection.
next time, yeah.
I
in
thought
New
Ron
England.
G was going to
Well,
pull a
you know,
machete out and
stadium-
slaughter people. He was so mad at the internet connection.
In the East Coast, they have great internet connection out there,
Yep.
Cherie. We know that.
Oh, sorry. At Soldier Field, the signal sucks.
Soldier Field in the city over there. We're gonna be out in the fucking woods at Foxborough.
Yeah.
You're gonna have
You gotta just go to the hotel. Just walk to the hotel right there, and you're fine.
Malls and fucking movie theaters. And
You'll figure out. There's some big news.
Apparently,
We'll have our
somebody
own
doesn't think I
fucking
belong,
internet,
guys.
Do you guys think
Oh
Cherie
God,
is
Rich.
What?
Never trust anybody that doesn't have an actual profile photo. He's got like bullshit
What
stuff.
is that? A heart?
Yeah.
Rich. So
What does
your
that even
nickname
mean?
is Dick, right? All right.
Yeah.
there you go.
Dicky boy.
I bet your mom's ugly, Rich.
She's probably upstairs. He's in the basement.
Yeah.
She's
Do you have the cockroach? Do you have the cockroach clip?
One at a time.
We got your back, Cherie. We
Let's
got
just
your back.
let's
Don't worry
just
about
nuke the show. Rich, your mom's a cunt. So there we go.
Good night, everybody.
That's your shout. That's a shout out. That's
See you next week. Anyway, let's start with cars. We usually start with the woman of the house. Let's start with her.
Yes.
I don't want to hear Dicky boy again. Go ahead, Cherie. Do you have anybody to shout out?
Of course.
There
Gotta
we
shout
go.
out you guys. I know, still going through stuff. So shout out to y'all for what y'all dealing with, anything y'all dealing with, and still managing to put on a good show every week. And with all of the, yes, thank you, Demo. All of the time and effort that you guys put into the network, it's really appreciated. You know, from me, the fans, you guys see all the love that you get. I want to shout out the fans. I mean, they constantly showing love and support. The TCNL family really rides for us. So shout out to them. And everybody be safe. We got a new strain out here that's a lot more contagious. So be safe.
Good stuff, Cherie. Lady Bear, you will be with us in New England. We're also going to be going to Chicago for another TTNL meet and greet party, just like we did last year with Sammy the Bull. I got to shout him out because I wanted to get him on the last BHL, but we were just the misery that is the Chicago
I'll let him
Bears.
fool you, Sammy. He called me like, fucking Sammy wants to come out. Fuck that guy. I'm kidding.
Not true at all. I just completely fucking forgot because I was just laced in rage. Anyway, Sammy brought it. We're going to do this again. Mikey T helping out. Greg Braggs. We had so much fun. Cars came out. Steven Johnson, Steve Edwards, Chris Zorich. We're going to do it even bigger next time. And now we know what we need to do in the post-game show. We're going to do it at a bar locally when we go to Chicago. When the schedule comes out, we'll let you know. So everybody, no more excuses. Shayne will be there.
Yes, I will
next year. Finally, Cars and Shayne. And
actually, Cars and I have met 3 times. We just haven't told anybody, Phil.
Oh,
we didn't want to make you feel bad.
I had pizza with you guys and Claudia.
I can't wait to meet you for the first time.
Yeah. Got fucking multiple pictures with Claudio.
We were in the ice cream shop
Benelli's
the other day,
yeah.
and there's Claudio standing right next to Shayne.
Yeah, I think I have my arm around him in the picture, right?
Exactly. He forgot.
Oh my god.
They have us up on this ice cream shop. It's called Sweet Creams. Phenomenal. Anyway, Cars, shout outs.
Yeah, so first, thanks for all the interactions this week. It's at least been a little bit more uplifting talking with you guys as opposed to listening to the leaders of my football team. So thank you for that. Other than that, I have to brag. My daughters have had an amazing week of doing gymnastics routines and things that they haven't done before. So that's right. My little Maisie, who is the angriest and sweetest child, is nailing handstands that she's never done, and Aubrey is launching off of springboards and doing things. So for my little ones, they are finally becoming more active. So big shout out to them. But that's it for me. Get in somebody's ass today. And thank you. You've been better children. I haven't had to get in your ass this week while mommy's been sick. So thank you for that.
The classic drop now. Who cut that quickly?
Actually,
who was it?
Jackal sent it to me.
I'm so proud of
shit.
Jackal's doing shit.
He's like, I gotta go. I'm gonna shit my pants, but
I'm just a fan. I'm
nice. Very nicely done. Very nicely done.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but you know.
It keeps getting better. Good job, Jackal, tonight. He was with us earlier. Same with Caden. We had a full house backfield. Claudio, shout out.
Yes, I'm gonna, like Cherie, the fans. I mean, the show was up to like almost 900 people watching live. It was amazing. So the fan, I'm gonna shout out a few guys I haven't heard it in the chat in a while. Brian Mobes, Leroy Klemola, the Snake Eyes, Stu Dogs 81, and Bears fan Goomba. He's been in there all night. And then, of course, I got to shout out my kids, especially 2 of my daughters. You know, they got COVID. They're doing okay, but, you know, one of them has it for the second time. Second time. Yeah. My 19-year-old Adriana. Wow. So she's doing okay. She's feeling a little better, but still, it's scary, you know? It's like Cherie said, this stuff is spreading around. Just be safe. I got a buddy that got it too. You know, he didn't want to get vaccinated. Now he's all sick. So, you know, just got to be careful, everybody out there. So that's the shout out, everybody.
Awesome, right? Claudio. Shouting out your daughters, the fans. Shayne.
Yeah, I'm going to.
10 days, Shayne. 10 days.
Yeah, I know.
Monday, actually. That's not even 10.
No, because, it's going to be Thursday. So, yeah, it's going to come quicker than you expect, as Hila knows very, very well.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
It's gonna come quick.
No, you're late on that. That's what she said.
It was already processed in my brain when I said it.
I was trying to get it because I thought he was gonna say it, but he did a good job.
Cherie kind of alluded to probably what I'm gonna share here a little bit. My family's had. You know, it's been a crazy few months for my family. My daughter was born on June 3rd. My son was diagnosed with cancer in early August. He ended up beating that, and I took my son to get his second vaccine on Saturday. When I left, we were driving a couple of blocks away to see Hila, who was at work, and I got a phone call that my mom has been diagnosed with colon cancer. So the hits can continue to come. Fortunately, they got her right into surgery on Monday. 3 or 4 hour process. They were afraid initially that it had spread into her bladder, and that's how I lost my aunt, was from bladder cancer. So you can imagine the tie-in there. And under COVID restrictions, what makes it worse is we can't even get in, to see my mom, only just via FaceTime when she's feeling up to it. But she had her surgery. She's on the mend right now. But like I said, end of the day, it's my mom. It doesn't matter that I'm 45 years old. She's still my lady, and my first love of my life. So it's always tough. But no matter how many hits keep on coming, we always forge ahead. That's what I do because I have a strong family, strong bond with all of you guys, strong friendships, and that's what it's all about. And that's why we can do it. And we will do it. And like we did with Riley, my mom is a very emotional person, but I did get to FaceTime her, and one of the last things that she said to me was, if Riley can beat this, I can too. And we're going to rally around that, and we're going to win again.
Well said, man. I mean, this guy's been through so much, man. Oh, God, ups and downs. It's not easy. And that's where my understanding life, we get one life. It's very difficult to see how, or, project where it's going to be or what's going to happen next in this world. It's family first, always. I've always said that. And everybody, it seems like on this network, is going through tough times, but everybody shows up Wednesday nights and when we're doing stuff to bring to you fans the truth. Tonight I shout out Shayne and his family. I know how hard that, fuck cancer. That's all I could say. I really, it's just so hard. So shout out to you and your family. You're my boy, brother for life. So much fun on the show, but in real life, this is the escape. So I got to shout out all of you guys. Cars, great job tonight. Just had a lot of fun, weeding the yard, so to speak, of what the Bears have put us through. How many weeds have we had to whack?
Getting somebody's ass today. It was a long road to get there, but we got there.
Cars always dropping bombs.
Claudio, Cherie, you guys know how much I appreciate you. I'm only disappointed I didn't get that last game with Uncle Claudio. I thought Tate was more upset than I was.
I was upset, but I had to
got the COVID.
Get tested. I didn't want to bring that over.
We don't take any chances. We had to deal with, my daughter had COVID, so completely get it. I want to say this though, Olin Kreutz, shout you out, not only for giving your time and you're just a tremendous human being and a friend and a person to this network. You believe what we do is important, and to give us your time and to bring it like you did in truth in the spirit of the show, it really meant a lot. So I want to shout him out. I thought that was just a tremendous interview, and a lot of answers to questions you have were answered. I want to shout out Cam Beige, our guy. I know he's still struggling in the hospital, in the emergency room. He's continuously fighting this battle. So Cam Beige, I was very touched emotionally because someone sent me Cam watching my rant while he was in the hospital. And listen, if I can change one person or make one person's life better, I've done what I've set out for. I know that's kind of cliche, but my goal to Shayne was to stop the bullshit narratives. Stop allowing people like the old network to do a narrative to get clicks. We can't be associated with that. We have to be associated with uncovering the truth, and everyone's opinion is going to matter, including the people involved. And that's all of these. Claudio to Jackal, Cherie, Cars, even if we're indifferent, that's the best formula. Now, only if the Chicago Bears could do the same thing that we've done here. Passion, pride, family. If they put those things right into their equation, the W's would be the most important thing for them. Fortunately, right now we have hope in Bill Pollian. Never thought a 79-year-old, is he 79?
Yep.
It's so important, but he is. So Bill Pollian, I'm shouting you out tonight with all the fans, all 982 of you that were listening live tonight to the best Bears show on the planet. It's not a doubt. I ask you to smash the like button and show a friend. As Jackal would say, be a friend, tell a friend. All of you guys in the chat, I don't want to go through a million of you. I could thank everybody, and I promise I will next week. But tonight is about this show, this network. I can't be more proud of where we are and what impact we have on the media, like Mark Grody told me, and to the former players like Olin showing you tonight, to all of you fans. So do me the favor. I'm not afraid to ask for favors. Shayne will tell you. Tell people about the show. You might save a person's life. You might make someone laugh. You might piss off the person that needs to get pissed off to get up and do something about it. Just like the movie that impacted my life, this Don't Look Up. I'm asking everybody to start looking up. Start looking around and find the truth. Tonight, I'm so proud that Shayne and Cars were able to speak on their truths. And hopefully, the Chicago Bears will name a new head coach and a new GM that has that passion, pride, and that togetherness, that family. That's all I got to say tonight, guys. I mean, 4 hours and 10 minutes flew by. Usually I'm exhausted, but I feel hyped up tonight. I really do. I really am excited. I really want to see what comes of this. So God bless you all in the chat. All of you, even the haters. I hope everybody's doing really, really well in your lives out there. For Shayne Marsaw, Cherie, Lady Bear, who's hot, according to sources. Claudio, yo! Claude, you want to try it one more time, Claude?
Yo! I did it.
There you go. He's got no problem doing it like that. And,
Idiot.
And for my guy, Cars, I'm your boy, Draft Dr. Phil. Please sign up, become a member of the Patron. The tapeneverlies.com. I'm telling you, it's going to be worth every penny.
No! No, we're very economical, my family.
He might be on next week's show. You got to pay attention. For everybody, this is Keeping It 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network.
This has been a Shy City Sports presentation and a Tape Never Lies Network production. Keeping It 100. Thanks for tuning in to the Tape Never Lies Network.
Cars always bounces.
He's out.
He bounced out.
Get in somebody's ass today.
That's what he's going to do, I guess. He's going to go get somebody's ass.
The after show right now. Cherie was on fire tonight. James, thank you. Let's put up some of these Oh, okay. I was reading that, but
All
that's
right,
okay.
let's do that.
Wow, Phil, you made me finish Don't Look Up. We started watching it and gave up on it about halfway through, but you got us to finish, and thank you for that. See, Shayne? See that? Logan Frost.
How about this
Thank you.
Oh.
Look at Funkster Jones. Can we put up that swag shop? He's right. We also can give you 20% off, Funkster.
Okay.
There it is. Just
Play
put
it.
in the code BHL20. You get 20% off some swag. Just put that code in there, or you can get free shipping. Support our network. We appreciate that. Shayne, I hope you're right in the prediction that Monday we'll have a new coach. Lord Cars has left. There's still 374 people waiting for quote.
This has been a Shy City Sports presentation and a Tape Never Lies Network production. Keepin' It 100. Thanks for tuning in to the Tape Never Lies Network.